What is going on, guys? Thank you so very much for joining us right here on Tuesday night. It is Tuesday Night Titans, episode 127 for your December 30th, 2025. I'm your host, JD from New York, as always, joined by the one and only, he is really bouncy, not Javon Evans. The Solomons, what's going on, brother?
You know, the older you get, though, the less bouncy you get.
Are you muted again? Oh, no, it's me.
This guy, let me tell you, this guy. It's got to be a rib at this point.
Oh, my God.
It's got to be a rib.
Listen, man, it's amateur hour over here, man. Last show here, it's amateur hour. That's my fault, chat. It's my fault. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Say, you get a little less bouncy the older you get. I'm not as bouncy as I used to be.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm still bouncy. I'm not Javon Evans bouncy.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right, that's fine. That's fine. How you doing, man? Going into the new year? Excited about ringing in the new year tomorrow?
Yeah. I mean, I have my live New Year's Eve stream that I do on my channel. This will be the 6th year in a row, and we always have fun, ringing in the new year, right? Out with the old, in with the new.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are probably going to be very thankful for you. I mean, Dynamite's in Omaha, Nebraska tomorrow.
Yeah.
I would rather spend the New Year's with the Solomons too instead of being in Omaha, Nebraska.
That's what I'm banking on. I'm hoping that people feel the same way.
Oh, man. Anyway, guys, we got a lot to get into tonight. First and foremost, all joking aside, I want to thank everybody that has tuned in not only tonight, but throughout 2025. This, by far and away, has been the most successful thing that I think I've seen on my end, and a lot of it has to do with this guy sitting next to me here virtually. TNT, to me, honestly, is my favorite night of the week. It just gives me a chance to really be me. I know a lot of people watch me on my end, and I'm kind of dialed up to an 11, sometimes a 12 on some nights, especially how things, in my opinion, have been really bad this year. But the whole premise of the show started with Baydala, my guy Andrew Baydala, and when we started TNT, it was to try and get a discussion out there and just kind of create a vibe where it was two dudes who love pro wrestling that you could envision yourself having a drink with. It worked there, and then Drew went on to go do something else, and family obligations came up, and then Jason took his spot here, and it's been just an unbelievable ride. And I hope that you guys get the same feeling with Jason being on the show, with the same premise. Two dudes who love pro wrestling, love what they do, and you can sit down with us and have a nice couple of cold beverages. So this has been the best, I would say the best thing all year on my end. I've had a great time. And I promise you guys 2026 is going to be even better, because we're going to take everything that we did here and enhance on it. And I want to thank Jason for riding it out with me, because I know I'm not the easiest guy to work with. I kind of put my foot in my mouth sometimes, and I get myself in trouble with some of the things that I say. But Jason's been a very good friend of mine for the last 6 or 7 years, and I appreciate him being here. And I look forward to more of this in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, 2025 has been a huge year, really. And, we started, I guess, when I came in, it was 24, right? It was May of 24. So it's kind of hard to believe that we're going into what will be year 2 as far as, the two of us doing this. And, I remember when you came to me and you said, hey, look, this is the situation, and, it's yours if you want it. And I don't think I took too long to think about it. Of course, you can imagine, the kinds of messages and feedback from some people that you're going to get, naturally. But I looked at it and said, look, this feels like it could really be something fun. I think above and beyond anything else.
Yeah.
If I'm not going to have fun doing it, then why am I going to waste my time? You know what I mean? Like, you and I, we both know, like, there's very few days off during the week that we have not doing a show or not doing what we do. So, to kind of give another one of those away, there had to be a really good reason for it. So I haven't regretted the decision. I have been, introduced to a lot of new people here, although there's overlap between our two communities, but a lot of new people who are part of mine now on my end as well. And that's been very cool. So, thank you for bringing me on in. And I think it's safe to say that it worked out pretty well so far. And 2026 should be even bigger than 2025.
I agree, man. Like I say, I don't say it for shits and giggles or for engagement. I genuinely believe what we do here is the best two-man show in the entire community. I know there are others, but with the enthusiasm, the charisma, and the entertainment value that you get here, on top of two guys who know what they're talking about on most nights, I think that we are the best of what we do. So hopefully you guys enjoy what we did this year, and going into 26 is going to be a great year. So thank you guys very much. So you guys know where to find us at Solid Monster, at JD from NY on Twitter, and all the other social media platforms that you guys may be on. YouTube as well. Go follow Jason. Everything is linked down below in the description. Please hit that thumbs up. Helps us out tremendously. Let's try for, I would love 1,000 likes, but the month of December has been relatively uneventful as far as pro wrestling goes. So we'll keep it at a modest 800 tonight. So let's see if we can hit that goal. And super chats are open. It is the absolute best way to support what Jason and I do here on Tuesday night. We're going to give you guys the opportunity to get all your questions, comments, and concerns in, but I do want to let you guys know that tonight it's going to be a lot of AEW Worlds End. We got some WWE news sprinkled in there, and we're going to do the best of the best awards of 2025, our best and worst of 2025. So that will be towards the end of the show, and if you guys want to get in on that, please, we'd love to hear your opinions on what we talk about. And for a sidebar, I also have the top 3 Sidro jokes of 2025. As chosen by me, Jason gave me full liberty to go and choose the top 3, and we'll read them at the end of the show and see if they have the same effect on the monster as they did when we actually read them. So, Sidro, we're coming for you, bro. So thank you very much.
There's been so many of them. I can't even imagine what these 3 are going to be. I'm a little scared, I'll be honest with you.
I know. Listen, man, I laughed at them again all over again when he sent me the clips yesterday. So
now I think I know what one might be, because it's the one that stands out to me as the one I think that popped me the most.
Yes, if I am correct in thinking what you're thinking, I think you'll pop at this one again. Okay. It's on my list for sure.
Okay.
Sidro, we got you later, buddy. So thank you very much. All right, man. It was a pretty eventful week this week. So as always, I'll leave it up to you. What do you want to talk about?
Why don't we start with someone who potentially, I guess, could be popping up on our TV screens again in less than a week, since I know his name has been bandied about in the news. There's been some news on Mr. Jericho, the Learning Tree.
Yes,
you want to touch on this briefly? I mean, there's not a lot, but there was some stuff I saw Mike Johnson mention today, I believe, on PW Insider.
Well, I don't have the Mike Johnson stuff, but I do have what WrestleVotes said. So if you have that on your end, maybe you can kind of fill us in there. But I do have the WrestleVotes side. WrestleVotes this week on Fightful Select reported that there was interest in bringing Jericho back to the WWE as far back as August in 2025. Now, noting that with several people within the company, including active talent on the roster, they were all advocating for his return to the company. And sources at the time indicated that a deal was expected to be finalized as soon as his AEW contract expired, which is at the turn of the new year tomorrow night. As soon as the clock strikes midnight and we go January 1, 2026, Jericho is free and able to do whatever he wants. So Jericho's contract is set to expire then. He's been absent from AEW programming since April 2025, following a loss to Bandito. Now, since that appearance, reports indicate that there have been no creative plans for him in AEW, and there are no signs of Jericho coming back to the company, and there was no signs of anything Jericho-related going into World's End on Saturday night. Now, he did a live stream on his YouTube channel on the 27th of this month, and he addressed a fan question regarding the possibility of a WWE return, and typically he gave the answer of, you never know, you never know. And earlier in the year, he did tell media outlets, I'm pretty sure you'll see me in 2026 wrestling in a ring somewhere. So that was WrestleVotes. Now, I don't have Mike Johnson, but what did Mike Johnson have?
No, I mean, it wasn't really much beyond just there's been, interest but also I think, and maybe it was from Mike, there was just a note that there are certain, I believe, licensees who are of the impression that there might be, Jericho stuff coming out. I mean, nothing concrete, but just clearly there's a lot of chatter about this. And the fact that he has been under AEW contract this entire time, like, let's be honest here. He's been under AEW contract. He's been off television since April. He hasn't been hurt. Do you honestly think that they're just going to hold him off television for, 9 months or whatever it's been, and that he'll just reappear on AEW television? I mean, I think it's safe to say that he's probably not coming back. So the only question is, where does he pop up? And realistically, right, where else would he pop up? He's going to pop up in TNA? Is he going to pop up in New Japan again? Probably not. So it doesn't seem to me that far-fetched to think that he will be back on WWE television. Now the question is, when do we see him? Do they hold him off for a Rumble return in Saudi, or do we get him in Brooklyn next Monday? And if so, what role does he play on that show?
See, that's what's holding me up, honestly. I don't know.
I don't know either, because there's a role for him on the show, but whether or not that's a part of, people like, part of the vision, or it could be, it could be a situation where I could see him effectively taking the spot that Seth Rollins had, sort of the veteran of that group. And maybe there's a way to make that work. I don't think it has to be that, though. So it's like, okay, if he was to come in, Gunther's going around with not a whole lot to do the last few weeks, and he's laughing and he's, beating up, different people like R-Truth last night. Would they bring Jericho in to work with Gunther? Because that sounds like an end game, not the beginning of something for him. So I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. What show he would be on, babyface, heel. I mean, he'll get a babyface reaction when he first comes out. That's really what the question is now. I don't think it's, is he coming in? I think, what is he going to do? What is their vision for him? Because remember the other report a few weeks ago, which is that they were interested in having him in for a retirement run. I don't believe that he is interested in just coming back for a retirement run. Do you? I mean, I think he thinks that he still has time. He's posting selfies with his shirt off.
No, Jericho looks as far as his age, he looks very good in shape for his age.
Yes.
He's not coming in for a retirement run and going to wish everybody goodbye. I think he's in for at least 2 or 3 years. Yeah,
I think he wants maybe one last proper run.
Yeah.
Not just, okay, we'll do the greatest hits and 3 matches and I'm out, So what that role is going to be, I don't know. I think that one of the reasons people were chanting, please retire at him when he was on AEW television is because, first of all, the Learning Tree stuff sucked. So what he was doing on television was just not good. And he had worked with everybody there was to work with. There was this thing about the Jericho Vortex where when he's working with somebody, maybe a younger talent, it's almost like, they kind of get attached to him and it does them more harm than good. That's why Jericho was sort of like, I don't want to say exiled from AEW, but there were a lot of fans who were not crying when he disappeared from television. It's like, how can we miss you if you never go away? Like if he came back to AEW television now, I think the people would cheer. But then reality sets in. Like realistically, if he goes back to AEW, and this is good because I saw you post something the other day that I disagreed with. You were talking about how this is, a terrible sign for AEW if they lose Jericho because he was such an important part of that company. It's a bad look for them, and it's terrible. It's an omen of things to come for AEW if they lose Jericho. And I laugh at that idea because realistically, what is left for him to do in AEW? Number one,
there's nothing.
There's nothing for him to do, but also, dude, he's been off television since April, and the company has moved along just fine. I mean, as far as the talent on the roster, he hasn't been missed. So if he signs with WWE, it's like, okay, yeah, they got the first AEW champion, and they can gloat about that. Now they have Cody and Punk and Jericho. All these people that were there now are over here. But with Jericho, I don't see him leaving and going there nearly as damaging as Cody leaving and going to WWE. Like, to me, it's not even comparable. 3 years ago, sure, yeah, it would have been. But it's been 6 years. Like, he did everything there was to do. The fans were literally chanting, please retire at him. AEW, for whatever faults they have, they're not going to miss a beat, and it's not going to affect them negatively if Jericho leaves and goes to WWE. I don't believe that.
No, I don't think it's going to negatively affect AEW because their direction moving on into the new year is you see it. I mean, Swerve and Ospreay and MJF and Hangman. Yeah, obviously they got a great core nucleus there. So Jericho, even if he does come back to television, isn't going to fit anywhere. Like there really is nobody else for him to work with. And I talked about this last night. Even if you look back at the last 2 years, which have been honestly some of the worst years that Jericho's put in as far as creativity and gimmick-wise, character-wise. You know, I never want to go back to that. But I look at it aesthetically in the way that you put with Cody and Punk and Jericho. Sure, Cody and Punk, to me, every time Tony Khan looks at them, it should be a wake-up call like he fucked up in some way. Jericho, if he looks at Jericho the same way he looks at Punk and Cody, it's not going to be the same. So he's not losing anything by having Jericho walk into WWE as far as an on-screen role. But I do think that letting Jericho walk and Jericho leaving sends a message to the locker room like, yeah, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. You know, I was a day one here. I'm the first AEW World Champion. You know, without me, honestly, this place wouldn't have gotten off the fucking ground. Like, I'm walking over into the competition now where AEW, in my opinion, this has nothing to do with Jason or anybody else. I feel like AEW had a terrible year creatively. I felt WWE had a terrible year creatively. They're both in the same boat. So at their lowest, where their ratings are the lowest they've been, the attendance is the lowest that it's ever been, especially in the United States, Jericho's walking into the competition. Like, I just look at that as a bad thing. Don't you think Jericho is thinking, there's nothing for me to do here. I can't say anything that's going to save this place, and I don't really feel like the company's worth saving. Even if I do open my mouth, are things going to change? No. So he's going to go walk right into WWE, be selfish about it, have a retirement run, final run of his career, and go help the competition. I do think Jericho going to WWE is going to help WWE in whatever this fucking war is with AEW, because you know how petty they're going to be. They're going to push Jericho, the likes of Cody. He's going to come back with Judas, and he's going to get this big pomp and circumstance return. Like, they're going to really kind of add on top of it when they don't really have to, because that's what they do.
Well, I mean, you say it's going to help them in this war with AEW. I mean, help them in what way? I mean, it's like
petty.
All right, fine. The bragging rights. We got the first AEW World Champion. Yes. But again, I just look at it and go, they got 6 years out of Jericho. We all knew that Jericho was eventually going to end up back in WWE and was going to get a Hall of Fame induct. He was always going to end up back there at some point. 6 years in, I think they got what they were going to get out of Jericho. And the idea of him, you know, maybe being the one to come back and help save AEW is kind of comical to me. I mean, he's not going to save AEW. He's not going to save WWE. He's going to give WWE a shot in the arm in the short term because they're getting back a big name that's been gone for 7 or 8 years. So, of course, people are going to be excited. Oh, look, Jericho's back and all these people now that he can work with, and that's great. It's going to give them a short-term shot in the arm. I really don't see it having any impact at all on AEW. They're going to rise or fall on their own, regardless of Jericho's status. I think they have wrung that sponge out. It's bone dry now. And look, without Jericho, there probably is no AEW. So no one can downplay his significance or the history of that company. I don't think anybody is. But in 2026, what real value, and I'm not saying he can't be a mentor to people behind the scenes and he doesn't have maybe some creative ideas. I don't know if creative is an area he would want to eventually migrate into. So I'm not saying he has nothing to contribute whatsoever, but I just think they got what they got. You said that they're going to let him walk. I think Tony would love to hang on to him, but it's Jericho's decision. If Jericho wants to walk, there's not a whole lot Tony Khan can do. It's like Jade Cargill. You know, when you want to go, you're going to go. And I think Jericho's like, you know what? There ain't nothing left for me to do here. These people don't appreciate me. These fans don't appreciate me. Let's go back to WWE. Vince isn't there anymore, so it's kind of like a new situation. Punk went back there. He seems happy. Cody seems happy. And that'll be interesting, by the way, because if Jericho goes back, it's not like him and Punk are exactly friends.
No, wasn't there a situation when Punk had the whole Wembley situation with Jack Perry, and before that, I guess everybody kind of wanted to have a sit-down meeting. Some people didn't want it to happen. Yeah. I don't know if Tony mediated that. I know Jericho was very closely working with Tony Khan. Do you remember, because I mentioned this last night, do you remember Jericho pitching an idea to maybe work with CM Punk and get him away from that Elite storyline and just kind of have him back on television and him take care of CM Punk? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean, there were some reports. I don't know if it was about him working a program with Punk or if there was just a meeting, because I know Punk wanted to supposedly get in a room with like the Bucks and all of them,
Yeah.
and they didn't want to meet with him. But I think Jericho was going to like help mediate or something, and I don't know what the end result of that was. But my impression was that the two of them are not exactly friends. They're not exactly, fond of each other, which doesn't mean that if Jericho goes back to WWE, they won't work together. I'm sure it'll be fine. I can't imagine that Jericho comes back and Punk is, looking to throw fists. If he sees Jericho in the back, they probably will end up even working together and having a match. But it's still an interesting situation to follow because there is, past tension there that maybe was unresolved. I don't know. And I don't know what kind of relationship Cody and Jericho have. I'm sure they're fine. But yeah, I just don't see it as being any kind of real big blow to AEW. If you would have told me this even 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I would say, yeah, that stings. And now it's like, other than just appearances for what he represents, I don't see it as a big deal.
Do you feel like with Jericho leaving, we mentioned Cody and Punk, Jericho, AEW's got Bobby Lashley, Adam Copeland, Christian Cage, Mercedes, a lot of ex-WWE names over there with, prominent positions, some higher than others. Do you eventually feel like over time, I'm not a fucking, I don't have a crystal ball in front of me. I'm not a soothsayer or a fortune teller or anything, but we have all these WWE names. In my opinion, I eventually see Copeland. I don't know if Copeland's going to retire in AEW. I don't know if he's going to go back to WWE and get a proper retirement. I have no idea. But
I actually think he'll retire in AEW.
Really? Okay. Bobby Lashley. I mean, they're both over the age of 50. Bobby Lashley's out now, unfortunately. He was one of the hottest things on their show. Big ex-WWE guy, former WWE champion. I see Mercedes eventually going back to WWE at some point in the next 4 or 5 years. Sasha Banks, I feel like, will be a thing again. When MJF's contract comes up, I mean, that's going to be a huge talking point. If they lose him, it's going to be more detrimental than anybody that I just mentioned. I just feel like over time, we're going to see these people either retire or kind of go to WWE. I just feel like with Punk and Cody and Jericho, it's just like a slow burning string of dynamite. And when we get to that point, and I feel like we are going to get there, what is Tony Khan going to be left with? And I feel like he's not properly setting himself up for the future because he's not really creating any huge monumental superstar over there. They don't have that one guy. That one guy right now is their world champion, thankfully. And I don't know what they're going to do with him.
I don't know about that. I mean, you talk about creating. I mean, Omega is like the elder statesman there now. And so they have him. And actually, him and the Bucks could have left, and they actually chose to stay. So, they got Kenny, but they're going to get Will Ospreay back. I'm not saying they didn't create Will Ospreay, but Will Ospreay's their guy. Like, that's going to be your top babyface. Once he's healthy and he comes back and, you have him chasing after that world title. So they'll have him. They have MJF still. I don't know how long he has left on his contract, probably a few years. So they have him. They have Hangman, who I consider like the main character of AEW. So they have him. They have Swerve, who not that long ago signed a long-term deal. He ain't going nowhere. I don't get the sense he's in any real great rush to go back to WWE after how he was treated. So that right there is a nice nucleus. And then you look at talents like Kyle Fletcher, who had a huge year, and I could see him being somebody who ascends to even that next level and could be part of that nucleus of like key talents. Konosuke Takeshita is another one. So they have guys. It's not like they don't have like a nice group of talent that they could call their own. But yeah, you're going to see some of those people that you mentioned are going to end up going back there because it's only natural. You know what I mean? Like at some point when you've done everything there is to do, or if let's say you worked for WWE for a good portion of your career and they own the rights to all this old footage of you and you want to maybe get that Hall of Fame induction or you want to work at the PC, everybody has different goals. Eventually, yes, those people are going to migrate back there. It's like the old days where you're in one territory and when you've overstayed your welcome, you move on to the next. So you're always going to have that sort of turnover. But I think to suggest that they don't have enough people that either are big names now that were not in WWE or that they have young talents that are being built. They do. Maybe It's not as fast as you would like to see, or maybe some guys are not being pushed the way Takeshita or Fletcher are, and hopefully they will be next year. But they definitely have some guys like that, for sure.
Well, with the Copelands and the Lashleys and the Mercedes, you would think them coming on in would be a huge boost for AEW television. Why hasn't that happened? Like, even with those major names, those are some major names, especially in the last 5 to 10 years in WWE. Copeland's been around for 20 plus years. They haven't made a dent on AEW's programming. So what is Tony Khan going to do, though?
I wouldn't use someone like Copeland as an example. I mean, the guy's 50-something years old. He's been around forever. I would not rely on him to come in and spike all these different numbers. And plus, he's been there now for what, 2 years?
It's going on 3 years now. Yeah,
he's not exactly new. He was more or less done at the end of his WWE run. To him, this is just fun. A few extra years of fun. Lashley, like you said, he doesn't look it, but also, right, 50-ish, he's getting up there. But you know what? The Hurt Syndicate, up until the point Lashley got hurt, they were the most popular act on AEW television. Now, why some of these acts are not having, a measurable impact on numbers, I don't know. I don't even know what all the numbers are. It's very incomplete. Obviously, they've gone down, but I don't know. Certainly, TV-wise, it hasn't really made a dent. But you can't say the Hurt Syndicate hasn't been, just judging by the crowds, one of the most popular acts on the show now for the last 9 months. So some of them are more popular than others. I can't sit here and say that any one of those people was going to lead to some sort of big resurgence for AEW. You're talking about people that have been there, being in wrestling for like 20 years. You've got to look to youth. You've got to look to the future. It takes time to build up some of these people. Nobody has caught fire like white hot in a way like, I hate to use this example, but like just going back to the late 90s, because that was a hot period. Someone like Goldberg, right, who came out of nowhere. Nobody knew who this fucking guy was. And all of a sudden, like, he's one of the hottest things in all of wrestling. And it had a measurable impact on WCW's business. It's very rare to find someone who just sort of comes out of nowhere like that and gets white hot. They don't have that right now. Who's to say that at some point some young guy doesn't get hot? That's also going to depend on Tony Khan's, booking of that person and what he has them doing and if they're protected and all that. But even in WWE right now, there isn't anybody I would say is white hot. They're always looking for that next big white hot star too. It's like both Punk and Cody fucking cooled off significantly this year. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like the people who try to go viral on social media. I'm going to go viral. You can't predict when you're going to go viral. You just do. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I used to work in public relations, and there were some clients that we work with, and it was a boutique agency. So we work with all different kinds. It wasn't like one type of client, but there were some clients where it's like, okay, we want to do some stuff on social media and we want to go viral. And dude, like, we'd be sitting in a meeting and I was cringing, like in my suit. Like, I had goosebumps. They couldn't see it because I was wearing a dress shirt, but like, it was like, ugh, I got like douche chills. I want to go viral. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, you're hiring us to get you to go viral? Like, then you may as well not hire us. I can't promise you that we're going to get you to go viral. It just happens. And that's in wrestling. A lot of times that's what happens when somebody gets super hot and super popular like that. It happens organically with the fans, and you can't predict it. You can't script it. Bruce Pritchard and Triple H are not sitting in an office, and they're not going to be able to script the next big white hot act. And Tony Khan is not going to be able to do it either. It's just going to happen. I don't know who that person's going to be.
We'll see. I don't know. I mean, the talent is there. I just feel like... with the whole Jericho discussion, I just feel like there's nobody that's going to convince me that he's not worth anything. Like, a lot of people were just like, in the last 2 years, he's not worth a dime, so we don't really need him. Goodbye. Like, Jericho's worth a lot more than that, even though the creative has been terrible the last 2 years. He's not going to make a tremendous impact on WWE television, but I do think he's going to be a nice supporting character. I think he's going to be a nice accent to that television show. Yes, he's another 50-year-old legend that's going to be on television on a semi-regular basis, but that doesn't mean he can't bring value to the television show, and he is a creative guy. And I do think that he's not going to have a lot of the liberties that he had with AEW on WWE television. I don't think it's going to be as bad. I did mention last night that I feel like because of Tony Khan not really being a visionary, that Jericho was allowed to do what he felt was right for him. And Tony Khan basically just let Jericho do whatever he wanted to do. I don't think that's going to be allowed in WWE. Triple H and Bruce Pritchard and Michael Hayes and all those guys are not going to allow Jericho to do that. He'll have some input, but it's going to be at the behest of Triple H and the writing team.
Yeah, I mean, he'll have input, but I'm curious also how it works, is he's got a lot of irons in the fire. He's got his podcast, and I mean, I could always see that being, sort of integrated into the whole Fanatics thing. But like, he's got the cruise, which I know he's already planning the next cruise, I think for November of next year, I believe it is. Mm-hmm. So he's got that. He dips out every now and then for, Fozzy. So I don't think he would want to sign a contract and come back unless all of that stuff was worked out where he's allowed to do that stuff. He's not going to not tour with Fozzy, and the cruise, I'm sure he keeps doing them because he probably makes money on them, and he's not going to cancel this next one. So those things have to be worked out also. Like if his contract is up, let's say at midnight tomorrow, then for him to be on the January 5th show, they would have to come to some kind of, put pen to paper on some kind of contract very quickly. So you keep that in mind too. If you assume that conversations have not covertly already taken place,
I think they have.
Well, let's say they haven't though. for legal reasons, let's say that they haven't. Those are points that have to be worked out before any kind of contract is agreed upon. So there's a lot involved there because Jericho does a lot of things, and in the past. And maybe now too, but in the past, certainly under Vince, I mean, there's stuff like the cruise and shit like that. Like he wouldn't allow that.
No.
Yeah, it's funny actually. The cruise, when he first started doing them, he wanted WWE to help by lending talent to be on the cruise, and they said no. That's why he started having AEW talent on the cruise. So they didn't want to have anything to do with it. It was like no. He's like okay, and now he's been doing it for I think 6 years or whatever it's been. So. I mean, that has to be worked out. I would imagine that's not going to make or break a deal, but that still is something that has to be worked out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens on Monday. Do you personally, if you had the pen, do you debut him or return him on Monday? Right yeah, I know, I see that.
There you go.
Do you return him on Monday in Brooklyn, or do you wait for the Royal Rumble in Saudi? And if he does show up on Monday, do you integrate him into the world title situation with Punk and Braun Breaker?
I don't. I mean, I don't want Jericho in the world title picture. That's me. That's not the position I want him to be in. Oh, let's bring Jericho in. He's involved in the World Heavyweight Championship picture.
Well, never mind that. What about him helping Breaker win the title and him leading the division? And then we get Rollins versus Jericho at WrestleMania.
Well, I mean, yes, that would be more palatable. Yeah. I don't want Jericho directly involved in any sort of world championship, situation. But if he was going to be part of the vision as the veteran of the group, and then him and Paul Heyman together, getting some on-screen time, I mean, that could be kind of fun, I guess. And then if Rollins is back in time for WrestleMania, it's going to be 50-50. I mean, it's really going to come down to the wire, but. Let's say he is medically cleared. They're not going to hold a spot open for him in one of the main events. The only way Rollins gets into a WrestleMania main event this year is let's say we end up with Braun Breaker and Punk or Braun Breaker and whoever for the world title. And then they add him in and make it a triple threat. Because they're not going to hold open a major match like that, not knowing if this guy's going to be cleared in time. But a match with Jericho, I mean, that's something they could slap together late in the game if they have to. So you could do that. You could do Jericho and Rollins. You could do Jericho and anybody, really. I just don't want him directly involved, with any championships.
It'll be interesting if he does get involved with Punk at some point, what the story revolving around those two guys are just coming out of AEW and the whole volatile situation that was CM Punk and AEW, if they actually play off that. I'm interested to see what he does. I'm not clamoring to see Jericho like everybody else is clamoring to see Jericho or not wanting to see Jericho. I think he's going to be a nice accent to the show. And, if WWE wants to correct, and this is what I also said last night on my post show, if WWE wants to really correct some of the mistakes that they did this year to start the new year, I don't want the show next week to go off the air with Punk retaining the championship. We'll see you next week. Or Braun Breaker winning the championship and there's no kind of aftermath. Like, what does it mean? Where do they go with it? Is something going to happen as a huge follow-up? I just want them to go off the air with like a big cliffhanger. Like, start the year off right. Because if you remember last January 6th, we got that Monday Night Raw, and Triple H fucking gaslighted everybody, saying this is the official start to WrestleMania. It's usually the Royal Rumble. We're starting with Netflix. And then we get that sleeper of a fucking show, that snooze fest of a show. And The Rock comes out. He's Dwayne. He's not even the final boss. We got Roman and Solo. We got Punk and Rollins. We got The Undertaker and Rhea Ripley making cameo appearances. It's like, what the fuck did I...
Hogan got booed.
Hogan got booed. Like, what did I watch? Like, you built this show up as like the biggest Raw ever. And it was like, the ones that followed that week, the next 2 weeks, are actually better than the debut episode on Netflix. So hopefully they correct those mistakes. I just want them to go off the air with something substantial next week. I don't want it to be fucking safe or boring. If Jericho is that, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, they could just literally have him walk out and not say anything and leave it as a cliffhanger.
Sure.
I mean, maybe they handle it the way they did Brock, where Brock showed up at SummerSlam and we didn't see him again for how many weeks?
Yeah.
But at that point, if you're going to do that, though, you may as well just save him for the Rumble, if that's the case.
Yeah.
If he's going to show up on January 5th and then not show up again until, let's say, the Rumble, just save him for the Rumble.
Yeah. Yeah, that I agree with, yeah. So it's going to be interesting, guys. It's tomorrow night. His contract expires with AEW officially. We'll keep an eye on if he shows up on Monday, Rumble. Anything in between, we'll fill you guys in. Other WWE news here. We got news on Dominik Mysterio. This actually broke today. And thank God this is good news, because I was fearful that this may be worse than a lot of people were talking about. So Dominik Mysterio is not going to be having surgery. He is going to be back reportedly by the Royal Rumble. And that is a great thing for the Judgment Day and the story revolving around the Judgment Day. Dave Meltzer of The Observer put an update on Dominik Mysterio's condition, revealing that he will not require surgery. He says Dominik Mysterio, he found out that he does not need surgery. What I was told today is that they were looking at 3 to 4 weeks. It's not a long-term thing. Sean Ross Sapp put something behind Fightful Select, also saying the same thing, that they're hoping for a Royal Rumble return. Now, Jason, he got injured at that AAA show on December 20th in a match with his father, Rey Mysterio. Fans in attendance noted that Dominik immediately favored his arm off of a DDT and appeared unable to lift it following the spot and towards the later portion of that match. He finished the match, which concluded with Rey Mysterio pinning him after an interference from Penta, who we saw return last night on Monday Night Raw. But, man, that Judgment Day story needs Dominik Mysterio, man. That would have been catastrophic for that whole storyline if he was out needing to vacate the IC title, vacating the AAA Mega Championship. Thank God it's only 3 to 4 weeks.
Doesn't we need another tournament? It's the last thing we need.
I know.
But, I mean, it's just like, it's just so bizarre to me. Like this endless stream of shoulder injuries that really goes back to, even like Gable and Liv.
Yeah.
And then it was Liv Morgan, it was Chad Gable, it was Seth Rollins, Sheamus. I don't know if you saw it, but Sheamus just underwent surgery in Birmingham.
Oh, I did not see that. That sucks.
Yes. His wife posted some kind of video on Instagram, and it was kind of one of the moments that was in there. It was him getting surgery. So that doesn't look too good as far as him being probably involved in Mania next year. So he has a shoulder issue, and Penta went down with a shoulder issue, and now Dom has a shoulder issue. So I don't know, man. I mean, before it was like we would hear about all these torn ACLs from like the NXT women, and now it's just like the shoulder has become the kind of the target area, and I don't know what really to make of that. I don't know, what accounts for that, but that's the best possible news. If he's only going to be gone 3 or 4 weeks, then he's not going to miss much. So, like you said, he's an integral part of really everything involved in the Judgment Day. So if he was gone, and JD McDonough, that wasn't a shoulder, but he's going to be out for a little while too. To lose Dom, it would have just been Finn and the women.
Yeah,
that's really it. It's like Finn and his female entourage, because there's no Carlito anymore. So that's good news that he'll be back soon.
Yeah, so he'll be back by the Rumble, guys, so look forward to Dominik. That is excellent news. Balor actually cut a promo on Monday Night Raw last night during the intermission, saying that he wants championship gold in 2026.
Oh, yeah. No, he goes, 2026, I will hold championship gold. You know what? He's probably not wrong. I can't wait to see him hold the World Tag Team titles again with JD McDonough. It's probably the only gold he'll be holding.
And listen, he may be teasing everybody that a Judgment Day split is coming, and he's going to be out of the Judgment Day. Who knows?
Going to beat Dom for the IC?
I could see that. I could absolutely see that. That would probably be the best thing for him.
I just laugh because we went through this a year ago, and there were tweets and reports going around the WWE had a big singles push planned in 2025 for Finn Balor, and it's like I'm still waiting for that singles push to materialize.
Yeah.
We never did see it.
No. Maybe we'll even get the Demon coming back next year. Who knows? No interest in the Demon after that comical spot that Vince put us through, huh?
Yeah, that was the night for me that the Demon died. I'm sorry.
The heartbeat with the fucking red lighting and how he fell off the top rope.
When he fell off the top rope and fell flat on his face, that was the end of the Demon for me.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, it's like, I was just thinking though, like we were talking about January 5th before. And I mean, there's a different topic here, but obviously Punk and Breaker are having their World Heavyweight Championship match. And I find myself feeling more and more like Breaker is not winning the belt next week.
Yes, I agree.
Which probably increases his chances of maybe winning the Rumble, which would be good. But it just, I don't know. I'm not as optimistic as maybe I would have been a few weeks ago that he's going to win the belt.
Well, I said last night, how do you feel about him cutting these promos? Because I honestly think he's out-promoted Punk. And Punk had a great promo last night talking about the weight of the championship and him being the young kid, and he's not ready for that yet. And Punk said the same thing to Cody, but it was in a different context. Cody needed the championship because he wanted to finish his story, but CM Punk basically alluded to Cody that, you know, your hunger for the championship is fueled by your desire to finish your family's legacy and end your story. But you know what the title does to everybody. It makes you a different person. Braun Breaker feels like he's ready now, and Punk is trying to allude to him that he's not ready. But I feel like Braun Breaker is actually out-promote Punk. So with him cutting those promos, you don't feel like if he loses next week, it's going to be like a blemish on him after cutting those great promos?
It all depends on how does he lose. Obviously, you can't just have Punk beat him clean. So what I was thinking is like, is that where we see the return of LA Knight?
Yes.
Because, you know, the last time we saw LA Knight, the Vision took him out. And so does he reappear next week and fuck them over by costing them the World Championship when it looked like Breaker maybe had the match won? Maybe he's in there, he's like dominating. If he's positioned in a strong way next week but gets fucked over by somebody else, then no, it's not much of a blemish. Especially if he turns around maybe and wins the Rumble. You know, then it's no harm, no foul. It's all in how that finish is done. You can't have Punk go in there and prove him right by saying, see, I told you, you weren't ready. You know, it took 2 or 3 GTSs to beat Braun Breaker. Like, that would be awful. But if somebody else gets involved, then it doesn't hurt as much. But I was thinking, like, LA Knight, when are they going to bring him back? Are they going to wait till the Rumble? We may see him next week, you know, and it would make sense given that the last time we saw him, it was the Vision that put him out.
Yeah, I think we see him next week as well. Does that increase the chance if Braun Breaker doesn't beat Punk, which I'm also feeling the same way? Does that increase the chance of maybe Drew McIntyre finally winning the WWE Championship from Cody Rhodes now that we got a 3 stages of hell match? Or, and I mentioned this two weeks ago, I mentioned it again last Friday. Are they simply doing this match because they're running out of options and they just want to give Drew McIntyre a visual pinfall or a victory over Cody in a series of pinfalls and eventually have him lose in the end? I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, he can get that elusive pin on Cody in fall number 2.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't really count. If they're not doing a title change next Monday, yes, it increases the chances of doing a title change or seeing one next Friday. But I'm just not, I don't know, I'm not convinced. And we talked about LA Knight maybe he gets involved on Monday. I could see the return of Jacob Fatu, and I could see him getting involved with the idea that it was McIntyre who attacked him, which is like the most predictable,
fucking boring.
Yes, it's the most predictable outcome to that angle if it's like, oh, it was Drew who already denied it, but they could say he lied. Although I don't know, the thing about McIntyre is he's one of those heels that doesn't really lie. It's like he tells the truth, I feel like, most of the time.
He's basically Kevin Owens from January.
Yeah, so if he was to lie, it almost goes against the gimmick. But you know, they were going to do that match. They were going to do McIntyre. I don't know if it was going to be a program, but they were going to do a match with McIntyre and Fatu. So if they wanted to pick up with that, that would be the way to do it. Jacob shows up, like, I know it was you, and cost Drew the championship, and then he and Fatu could go off and have their match. And then at that point, it's like, okay, that's it for Drew as far as the world, you know, the WWE championship goes, because what the hell would be the point of giving him another match after that? But then are we looking at Cody and Roman at WrestleMania? Like, what's Because we still haven't had Randy Orton back yet. So, like, what is the plan for Cody then going into the Rumble if he finishes up with Drew in Berlin next week?
I don't know.
They haven't really prepared anybody else for that spot.
No, right? Doing Cody and Randy too soon like that after he finishes with Drew is awful. This is why I'm leaning towards Drew winning, because at least it gives us an opportunity to get another match out of it and have him win the championship back at the Royal Rumble, and then maybe Randy wins the Rumble, maybe Randy wins the Chamber, and then we start building Cody and Randy. Roman, I don't know what they're going to do with Roman. I hope that's not the play, but. I'm going to say Drew's going to win the championship on the 9th. I think he has to. And we talked about we talked about not only on this show but individually. I think both of us are in agreement. Like a 3-week, 4-week title reign for Drew McIntyre would mean the fucking world to him. It would give him a payoff that he absolutely has been waiting for and needs, and then he can go and maybe get that championship taken off of him, maybe because of Jacob Fatu or something along those lines. And
he's the one that picked the stipulation too. Yeah. So he picked 3 stages of hell. So if he goes in there and loses,
that's awful. Now, we've only had how many of them? 6 of them over the years.
This is going to be the 6th. We've only had 5 of them, and the last one that we saw was actually Adam Cole and Johnny Gargano at NXT Takeover in Toronto, which I was saying on my end. I go. I reminded me about that show, and I'm like, that wasn't even what I thought was the best match on that show. Like, that was a good match, but if you remember, there was a match actually earlier on that show with Johnny's wife and
Io. That was one of the best women's matches in NXT history.
I actually liked that match more than I did the Cole and Gargano match.
That wasn't even Cole and Gargano's best match. I mean, the one at Takeover in New York was better.
No, but so the last time we had one of these, that's how far back you would have to go. You would have to go back to 2019. And then before that, honestly, of all the 3 stages of hell matches they've done, the one that I remember the most and probably I think is the best is the first one.
Which was
Austin and Triple H.
Oh, really? I liked Triple H and Shawn Michaels better.
No, it was Austin and Triple H. It was it was the month before, or maybe 2 months before the WrestleMania 17 match, where Austin wrestled Rock and then went heel. They had the 3 stages of hell. Triple H beat him. Triple H won, and I remember that being just a friggin' awesome match. So there haven't been that many of them. What I like about this is that they haven't abused the stipulation.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, okay, we always get one of these. Like, no, actually, it's very rare that we get one of these. And it really is like 3 different matches in one. Now, they haven't specified if like the first fall is going to be a regular match and then the next 2 are stips, or if they're all stips. They haven't said who's choosing the stipulations. We still don't. We don't. I mean, I guess we'll find out maybe on Friday, but we still don't know how that's going to work.
Well, knowing WWE and how safe they play it, I'm sure it'll be a lumberjack match, a regular one-on-one match.
No. It'll be Extreme Rules.
Or something. Something like that.
We'll get kendo sticks. Yeah. All right.
God, I hope not, man. Listen, if you're going to give me 3 stages of hell, then you really should make it hell. And I hope that they actually give me some brutality. I don't know how much we're going to get on USA Network, but the show is going 3 hours, so at least we have that week to look forward to.
Yeah, 5 minus in the chat. I mean, he's like, he picked the step, he picked the date, he picked the venue. If he loses, he's done.
Man, that's listen. I don't want to be Drew McIntyre if that's the case. That sounds awful. So yeah, I'm going with Drew winning the championship. I'm more likely leaning towards Punk retaining. I do think we'll see LA Knight. Jericho's going to be a nice wild card to see if he shows up there as well. And entertaining next week of WWE television. So we got 2 major championship matches coming up. You mentioned Jacob Fatu. There was Jacob Fatu news. This is not really surprising news at all, but bodyslam.net sources indicate to them that WWE has high hopes for Jacob Fatu upon his comeback. The company really wants Fatu to have a breakthrough year in 2026. This push was set to slowly begin before he had to undergo dental surgery. And regarding his timeline, Fatu is currently expected to return to TV in the early stages of 26. This aligns with the road to the Royal Rumble, which takes place on January 31st. So that's not really surprising news to anybody. He had a decent year this year. He won the United States Championship. I feel like the year was a little underwhelming. They didn't really do much with him going into the summer months. He had that awful match with Solo Sikoa at SummerSlam. He didn't really do much of anything since WrestleMania, really. So if next year isn't a breakout year, I'd be slightly concerned over there for WWE Creative.
Yeah, and just the state of things on SmackDown, he should be one of the top 3 guys on that show.
Yeah.
Not just a guy. He should be one of the guys.
So I'm looking forward to him coming back. He may actually be back just in time for that match that we talked about with Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes.
Yeah,
so
that's what I say. I mean, I'm expecting him back on TV within probably the first week or 2 of the new year.
Yeah. Obafemi, we got a vignette on Friday, and then it gave us the illusion that he may be showing up on Friday Night SmackDown when his time is coming, but we got that vignette again on Monday last night. So Obafemi right now is also being rumored to be a quote-unquote free agent, but he is still the NXT champion, which, I mean, WWE's done this before with Kevin Owens, so even if he is the NXT champion, it's not going to stop them from calling him up. But I would rather him lose the championship and then get called up so he has no restrictions. So we'll see how WWE plays that. He's supposed to be defending the championship against Leon Slater at New Year's Evil, and I doubt they're going to give a TNA guy the world championship. So we'll see who eventually comes and takes out Oba. But according to some sources here, we got also this coming from Body Slam. They view, WWE does, Femi's potential star power on par with Braun Breaker. Now, if Braun's current push and trajectory tells you anything, it's that Obafemi will be a special case and a main event player for years to come, the report states. And as you guys know, he's the current NXT champion. He defeated Ricky Saints at Deadline on December 6th. He had that very good match with Cody at Saturday Night's Main Event on December 13th, which you guys know.
You know, honestly, I think that Oba is in a better position to be a bigger star than Braun. I agree. The thing is that Breaker has more of the machine behind him right now.
Yeah.
Because I think they knew for a while, like, this is going to be our guy. So he's going to get all the support from Triple H and their crew, and they may push him more. But, like, to me, even more than Breaker, Oba. I put Oba over him. Oba is that guy.
Yeah, Paul Heyman says that Braun Breaker is going to be a future main event of WrestleMania for years and years to come. I think Oba actually is going to get there at the same time that everybody expects Braun Breaker to get there. Which may be this year. Who knows, depending on if he's the world champion or not, or wrestling for the world champion. But if Oba's getting called up, I think within the next 2 years, 3 years, he'll be main eventing WrestleMania. No doubt about it. The report also says that he will be called up to the main roster very, very soon. This goes in line with Javon Evans, who is a free agent, and he is kind of putting himself out there on Raw and SmackDown. We saw Trick Williams.
He's bouncing around from brand to brand.
Yes.
I like how on Raw last night, AJ Styles is like, "What are you doing here?" He goes, "I don't know why I'm here." I go, "I'm supposed to talk to Adam Pearce."
It's par for the course with WWE Creative. I don't know. I don't know.
They just told me to be here. I don't know.
But him and Trick Williams, we saw Trick Williams not only on Friday, but we saw Trick Williams again on Monday. So he's also a free agent. And I like the crop of talent that we're getting teased for call-ups. Javon Evans, Obafemi, Trick Williams, some of the ladies. I don't know who the ladies are outside Sol Ruka. I think maybe we get 5 or 6 call-ups to begin the new year, especially for Friday Night SmackDown going 3 hours on Friday. Oh, they're going to need something to happen over there. I'm not looking forward to that.
Well, we got a non-title match on Friday between Jade Cargill and Michin.
Fantastic.
So that is. See, I'm thinking that maybe BFAB turns on Michin and is going to be attached to Jade. I don't know that would be a bad role for her to be in.
No, that actually may be beneficial to her. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really crazy to see a baddie faction with Jade Cargill, but I mean,
well, not
what
even
is she doing now?
Yeah, I mean, not even a faction. Just, like, if she had 1 or 2 women, which is really all she had in AEW. I mean, she had, God, was it?
She had Red Velvet.
She had Red Velvet and Layla.
Layla Gray, yeah.
Layla Gray, that's right. Yeah. And I think that was it.
Yeah.
So something like that, I think would be fine. It's not like BFAB is having a lot of success hanging out with Michin, so
no,
it could be worse for her.
And the profits are off television, so who knows where the fuck they are.
But more importantly than that, though, I mean, as we head into this new year, it's like, okay, Jade needs a good challenger. So who is that person going to be? We're all still waiting, to see when Bianca is going to be back. It could be in a week. It could be for not a few more months. We don't know. We haven't heard any updates on her. But, beyond just Bianca, like I just hope they have, as we head into Rumble season, someone good for Jade to actually work with and not just sort of bouncing around from one mid-carder to another on the SmackDown brand. Or are they just going to bring back Tiffany? And they're going to give us a rematch with Tiffany and Jade. Tiffany's been off TV since she lost that belt.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with her. When did Jade win the championship? What was it at?
Saturday night's main event.
Saturday night's main event. Yeah, it's how long has she defended the championship since she's won it? What is it, like 80 days now? She hasn't defended the title.
God, did she defend it once? Maybe on TV.
I want to say she hasn't defended the title since. But everybody looked at Tiffany Stratton's title reign as uneventful. I mean, this is fucking on course to be worse than that.
Well, she's had the title for 60 days, and she has not had one title match.
And the one on Friday's not a title match either.
No, it's a non-title match. Yeah, there used to be a rule here. See, this is the way it was when Jack Tunney was the president. When Jack Tunney was the president of the WWF, you had to defend your championship every 30 days. I like that rule.
Yeah.
I don't know when that rule was thrown away, but I think we need to reinstate that rule.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what they're doing, but we got a bomb in the chat. I got to acknowledge it because that's what we do here.
Oh, is that M. Mills?
That is M. Mills.
Love M. Mills.
She comes in with a $100 super chat and leaves no message. Gotta love it.
Showing love. Just showing love.
Thank you guys very much. It's great to have this type of support on Tuesday night. Appreciate you guys very much. I wanted to shift gears, Jason, to what happened on Monday night, being that we got, I think, one more WWE note, and it's on Vince, which should be entertaining. Last night on Raw, two things, actually. One, the presentation of Theory. What'd you think of Theory's presentation last night with the new theme music, those short shorts he's wearing out there? You know, I'm looking at Theory, and, you know, I've seen some of the people on social media claiming that he's got a great look, and a lot of people were very positive about his theme music. The change was a good one. But he just comes out and he just exudes this like, oh, I don't want to see this guy type of reaction. Like I think he's a very sound in-ring performer. But do you think this is going to work out? Because I was excited about it. Now I'm kind of like iffy on it after watching last night.
Well, I mean, I think I made this comment last week. I said, I wonder if the reason he is really more than anything being added to this group is so that they have somebody who going forward can take the pins, you know, when the Vision doesn't win, so they don't have to beat like the real stars of the group. He'll be sort of the fall guy. It's early yet. This is literally like it's been 2 weeks, but I don't get the sense that he's going to be someone who sort of breaks out of the pack. Let's put it that way. And it'll take time. Again, 2 weeks. We have to give it time to see where it goes. And who knows? Some people don't even know whether or not he'll be long for this group, if he's a secret agent for Seth Rollins. Everyone's got some very creative ideas with why Theory is a part of this group. I don't look at Theory and see like future WrestleMania main eventer the way that I see with some of these other guys that we've talked about. And even frankly, I think if all that damage hadn't been done, there's still something that's missing that I'm hoping could kind of be brought out of him as part of this group. I've seen him like do interviews and stuff. He was actually on Raw Talk after the show with Sam Roberts and Megan Morant, and they were interviewing him. And even some of the comments he made in that interview, like he's a funny guy. You know, he is like a kind of a witty, funny guy. There's a side of him that I feel like we're not going to probably get to see as part of this group that maybe we need to, personality-wise. Because if they don't bring that out of him, then nothing's really going to change. No. You know, I mean, he could be the most sound wrestler in the world. You know how many sound professional wrestlers there have been that were just boring and did not get over as a star? Like, you can wrestle, that's great, and you might have a good look, but guess what? Like 90% of the people on this roster have a good like appearance or a good look, and they can wrestle. But what is going to separate Theory from Logan Paul? What's going to separate him from Braun Breaker? What's going to separate him from any other star that we see on Raw each week, right? Everyone's talking about Dominik Mysterio, right? One day he'll be a main eventer in WWE, and everyone loves Dom. He gets these big reactions. Is Theory going to go out there and start getting reactions like that? He's a heel,
I don't think
like
so.
Dominik is. What about him is going to elicit that reaction from the audience that makes them want to cheer for him or makes them want to pay money to see him, right? We just haven't seen it out of him yet. That's my hope with him being a part of this group. Maybe somehow they can bring it out of him, because it's been an experiment for several years now, and it got derailed there for a while by bad creative. I don't even blame him for that. But he's got to hold up his end of the deal. There's got to be something there beyond just, look at me, I'm posing, and okay, great. I think he's a great seller. There was a move in that match he had with Rey Mysterio last night. It was he had him in like a torture rack, and I think he twisted him, and then Rey countered it into a DDT, and it looked great. And I thought he sold the shit out of it.
I thought you were gonna mention the Hurricane Rana spot. He fucking sold the shit out of that too.
Well, that was good too. No, but I was thinking about the other one. So that's great. But again, there's got to be more to it than just that. And we just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I didn't get that vibe last night. I was excited to see him back, but I just feel like he's now like behind all the other guys in the group. And I know a lot of people on social media are very much wanting this fantasy scenario to happen where he's like a sleeper agent in the vision because of Seth Rollins and he's working for Rollins while he's out doing NFL fucking analysis on the NFL Network. I don't know if the company is that up with the times. I don't think they're that creative. I don't think they want to have that type of fun. They got a vision for Austin Theory, and I think it's basically what we see now. So I don't really give them that much credit to have some fun with this.
I'm telling you, he's going to be the guy who is there to eat pins.
Well, we may get.
You think they're going to want to pin Logan Paul? You think they're going to want to pin Bronson Reed too many times?
We already seen it last night. I mean, Penta came back. He helped Rey Mysterio. When we get that tag team match, inevitably, who the fuck's taking the pinfall of that match?
Right, of course. That's why he's in the group. That's what I said. He's in the group to be the fucking fall guy.
We got new matches, and then Austin Theory. Just eat the pin there, bro. Go ahead. It's fantastic. Speaking of tag teams, the Usos, now 9-time tag team champions. And they beat AJ Styles and Dragon Lee. I've seen some conspiracy theorists out there. Triple H took the belt off AJ Styles because he was pictured with the AEW Championship and spoke highly of the Young Bucks. No, that's not the reason why they took the belt off AJ Styles. Give me a break. Yes. The Usos, Jason, won the tag team championships. And I'll start with the backstage segment because we got Jey Uso kind of down on his luck and he wanted to... Jimmy felt like something was wrong with him, and Jimmy said, "Talk to me. I know that there's something wrong with you. I'm your brother. I know. I see it. I feel it." And Jey says a lot of bad things have been happening to him, and he doesn't want to bring all that to Jimmy. So he feels like that he's the reason why they may lose, and their luck turned around. They won the tag team championships, but in that backstage segment, I felt like either Jey didn't want to team with Jimmy and has some reluctance in even teaming with Jimmy. Maybe he agreed to do it when he didn't really want to do it. And I thought last night that they may actually lose the match and we may get Jey turning on Jimmy. Now, that didn't happen, but they did win the tag team championships. And I said on my end last night, that's great and all. It was a great moment. I thought it was a great main event. But now what happens? Because if you look at the tag team division, Finn Balor and JD McDonough are out. McDonough's hurt. Balor is now going single, so that omits one tag team now. We're getting the Creeds back, supposedly. I got a note here on Chad Gable, which we'll talk about in a second.
Well, they were on the show last night. If you looked really close, yes. Did you notice
with the Evans and Americano segment, yeah. Mm-hmm. So the Creeds may be back, but that's not going to really do much, if anything. We don't know where the War Raiders are. The New Day is just fucking ice cold.
Dude, it's the vision. It's the vision. And it's like if they're going to drop those belts to... a heel team, I think it's going to be some combination of the vision, and maybe it is Logan Paul and Austin Theory.
Possibly,
maybe they're the ones that are destined to take those titles from them. But like, I don't know if you saw that Matt Hardy had his suggestion,
and now I hope it actually happens.
Well, that would be a great attraction for WrestleMania. This like what he built is like a dream 3-way tag team match with the Usos and the Hardy, and who's the other team? The Usos, the Hardys,
and the New Day.
And the New Day. Yeah. And it's like, okay, I can get behind that. Look, dude, I can get behind any idea that does not involve Jey Uso wrestling for the World Heavyweight Championship. Like, I feel like now this is a good place for him to be. Like, the world is healing. The Usos are back together. And, the experiment that they did this year, won the Rumble. He tapped out Gunther at WrestleMania. He won the World Heavyweight Championship. He had a bunch of main event matches. They got it out of their system. And now it's like, okay, now we can get back to like the task at hand, which is the Usos trying to breathe some life into a dead tag team division, because that's the problem that you're talking about. There's no real division on Monday nights. They're the tag team champions. AJ Styles and Dragon Lee, they were the tag team champions for however many days it was, and they had what I thought was a fun match. It's Saturday night's main event. They had some good defenses on TV, but it's slim pickings when it comes to like challengers because they've cut these divisions in half, and so what happens? They've made it weak on both sides. The SmackDown tag team division is also pretty dead right now. So it's like there's not a whole lot going on when it comes to the tag team titles, honestly, on either show. So I could see them dropping it to the Vision if they want to, give the Vision some gold. But Matt's idea is actually, I think, a pretty cool one, and I think that would make for a nice attraction at WrestleMania. It would be a way, I guess, for the Hardys to get a WrestleMania match. And I don't know if WWE would do it because it wasn't their idea. Somebody else came up with it. Maybe he shouldn't have put it out there like that, but I wouldn't mind it if that's what they wanted to do.
I mean, you even look at the tag. I said last night that the Usos won, and we're right back to where we were before they even won the championships. There's really no division. And if it is the Vision, I'm not really excited to see that either. It's just them going back and rehashing what we've seen most of this year anyway. Like, I don't really care for that. I want something new. I want something exciting. I want actual tag team wrestling. Matt Hardy brought that to the table today, and I doubt that's going to happen, but you got Penta coming back, and I know he's been out for several weeks now. He's back as of last night. Where the fuck is Rey Fenix? You have a tag team division with both of these guys on separate shows, and they're not on the same show, and when they are together, they're great individually, don't get me wrong, but when they're together, man, there's nothing like the Lucha Brothers. So I don't know how you have a tag team division without the Lucha Brothers, bro. I would absolutely think, maybe outside the box here, Usos, Lucha Brothers, WrestleMania for the tag team championships, and just set something on the table where Usos claim that they're the best tag team in the world. Lucha Brothers have largely been one of the best tag teams of the last 10 years. So why not? Like, it's right there for the taking, and we have enough time to tell that story over the next 4 or 5 months. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else that I find appealing. And we were going to get a Lucha Brothers reunion 2 weeks ago. And unfortunately, Penta wasn't medically cleared yet. So maybe it was for the best because now they can save it maybe. And they could do it on the main roster instead of in AAA and have them. Yeah. I mean, it would be a reunion, but I mean, for WWE fans, they've never seen them together before. So for them, it would be something different. But yeah, I mean, when they were together, they were one of the top 2 or 3 tag teams in the entire world. And I'm sure you remember that cage match a few years ago with the Bucks.
I was there.
Yeah, I think I might have had that as my match of the year. That was, I think, 2021, I believe. So we know what the Lucha Bros can do together. And WrestleMania is still a few months away. So you got plenty of time to, like you said, really build them up together as a team on WWE television. But you would have to move Phoenix over because he's on SmackDown. Otherwise, the Usos are on Raw, Penta's on Raw. You just got to find a way to get Phoenix over. And all it would take, I mean, if we're being honest here, all it would take, just move him over to SmackDown. No one's going to even fucking know.
Nobody's going to know.
He hasn't even been on SmackDown. I don't even remember the last time I saw him on SmackDown. I don't think anybody other than, those of us who pay attention to this shit, all the nerds out there are going to even know if they move his photo from the SmackDown roster page to the Raw roster page. But if you wanted to make it more formal, all he's got to do, is just, you do something with the GMs. You move Phoenix over to Raw and move someone from Raw over to SmackDown, and then boom, you could put the Lucha Brothers back together, and I think that would be a fine match to do at WrestleMania.
I brought up this fantasy scenario last night too. What if WWE absolutely thinks alongside the fans, and maybe they kind of merge the titles again and realize that they fucked up? And we get the MFTs beating the Wyatts, and then the MFTs going to WrestleMania with the tag team titles against the Usos for the tag team championship to unify the titles. I give Jason a stroke. I'm sorry.
That heartburn. Why would you even suggest this? Like what? So you would. The first idea was actually a very sound one. I like that idea, and then you're like, well, what about this? What if we do the Usos and the MFTs at WrestleMania?
I don't want to see it, man. I just want the division to be one. That's why I brought it. That's why I brought her up.
The division is not going to be one. That's it. They're not going to reunite them now. Maybe eventually they will, but it would be an admission of failure on their part. They're not going to do that. If it's what the internet wants, they will do the opposite.
More than likely, yes.
Yes,
I agree there. What'd you think of Gunther last night? I fucking hated the fact that he wrestled R-Truth. I thought that was absolutely a waste of an appearance from him. and I don't think that did anything to enhance his heat. Like I understand
I'll
that
tell you what.
R-Truth and John Cena, they obviously he's his hero and all this stuff, and Gunther now wants to take at everybody that looked at John Cena in a glowing way. But bro, I thought that absolutely had a negative effect on his heat. I didn't think it did anything.
I'm just wondering where all this heat is that everybody told me he was going to have because he tapped out John Cena.
Well, they're slowly ruining it.
When he came out last night, people booed, but I didn't get a sense that there was some sort of like overwhelming heat or real hatred for Gunther. And this is like the third week in a row now. I think that he comes out and he smiles. He's got his new T-shirt, right? Because you got to market it now. So the heel that everybody is supposed to boo, they got that shirt up on WWE Shop real quick, you know. And have you seen the shirt?
I have.
Wow, what a shirt! It tapped like a bee. Oh yeah, okay.
It's basically a take on the Britt Baker shirt when she had all that bloody mess on her face after the Thunder Roses match. That's basically what they did.
All right, but that was a cooler shirt at least. So yeah, he comes out. Here's the thing though about Gunther, like they're building him up as like this guy that everybody hates. And you listen to the way they talk about him on commentary, even last night, and you would think that like he assassinated someone. Like you would think that he is the most evil, vile piece of excrement to walk the face of the earth. When in reality, right, all he did was just beat John Cena in a wrestling match.
Clean.
John Cena did this.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's not like he took liberties with him. He wouldn't relinquish the hold, and then Cena, he turned purple and went unconscious, and they had to send referees out to pry him off. Think about what Kevin Owens did to Cody Rhodes a year ago, right? When he gave him the package pile driver and he did the stretcher job. Had they done something like that, then there would be reason for even more heat, but there would be reason for people to be like, man, this guy's a fucking asshole. What did he really do to elicit all of this heat is what I'm wondering. Like, why should like on the commentators be going off on him like he is the biggest heel in the company? What did he do to make him the biggest heel in the company?
He beat John Cena?
When you really think about it logically, what did he do that was so wrong?
He didn't do anything.
Right.
He's a professional wrestler who won a professional wrestling match. That's exactly what
he won a wrestling match with his finishing move. And as soon as the referee said that's it, he tapped out. He let go of the hold.
But Joe Test was getting ready to fucking get cancel culture all over him. He did the "you can't see me" and Test made it like he fucking murdered someone in cold blood last night.
And John Cena announced in advance that this was going to be his last match. We knew he was leaving after that night. It's like the whole thing is just ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. And I've said my piece about the dumb finish, but yeah, so they really need to have something good in mind for him on that first show in Brooklyn next week. Now that AJ Styles is no longer tethered to those tag team titles, that would free him up to maybe pursue a match with Gunther. But then either that means they're doing multiple matches or they're doing it before WrestleMania and not at WrestleMania, because WrestleMania is still many months away. But they've already teased it twice. And so I don't think they would tease, that match unless they were planning to go to it soon. So I don't know. Maybe it ends up being a multi-match thing. All I will say is this. If they're going to do Gunther and AJ, and ultimately it's going to be AJ's final match, let's say, right? I don't want them to do the John Cena thing. I want them to learn from their mistake when it comes to that. You want to put real heat on this guy. Don't tell people in advance, which they've already done. So I guess it's too late, because even on commentary last night, Tessitore was like, heading into AJ's last year. And I kind of wish they wouldn't have done that, because imagine the heat. If you want to give somebody heat, if let's say Gunther retired him, but people didn't know, like it wasn't supposed to be his final match, but he puts his career on the line, even something like that.
Yes.
And so, and I know, again, he's announced it's going to be his last year. You could probably still try to do it that way, because to do it the other way, where it's like, we already know this is AJ's last match. It's like, who cares? You've already told people now that he's done. So like, it almost doesn't even matter whether he wins or loses. The real heat is in like, I'm going to put my career on the line against you.
Yeah. And
then he wins. And he's like, fuck you, you're gone.
Well, maybe WWE's looking for that same type of fucking shocking awe type of heat where Everybody expects AJ to win his final match, and then they do the same thing with John Cena, have AJ lose his final match. That's exactly what they're probably going for. I hope not. I like your idea a lot better. I think putting his career on the line just tells a simple story where they don't really have to do much of anything.
Yeah, so you give people hope.
Yeah.
That, first of all, you're not making the outcome as predictable, but you're giving people hope that maybe this is not the end, right? And AJ is going to find a way to pull it out where it's like, look, if I can't beat you, then I can't look at myself in the mirror. I shouldn't be doing this anymore. So I'm willing to put my career on the line, 20 plus years, because I know I can beat you. And then you're just instantly creating more drama that just isn't there if you tell people in advance, hey, you better buy tickets. And this is why they'll probably do it, because they want to sell tickets. So if they can advertise that this is the final match in the career of AJ Styles, they could make a lot of money and they could sell a lot of tickets on that night. And this is the thing, like for a company that is like story based, it's all about the story. It really isn't. Really, at the end of the day, they're out to make money. They are a business, and that's priority number one. So if they think they can make more money by promoting it in advance, that's probably what they'll do. And I think that's a mistake. That's not how it should be done.
No, because they should tell the story. And if the story is great, people will want to see the story, and they will make the same amount of money, and the same amount of money that they want to make anyway. So, if not more,
drama, yes, and the drama will be there more so than it would be if you already basically gave it away, before the match even happens. So, AJ's no longer a tag team champion. That opens him up for a match with Gunther. If it's him, great. Just for the love of God, I don't want to see him come out and be like, "Oh, Otis is out here," because Otis doesn't like him, and now we're going to get Gunther and Otis. Like, how many times are we going to do that before we get him to a legitimate opponent? Like, let's do it next week, because every week that goes by, you're losing whatever heat you had from December 13th. It's going to be a month soon. Next week will be what, 3 weeks, I guess, since Saturday night's main event. Like, you don't want to squander that.
They already are. I don't think the last night it pissed me off. It pissed me off. Like, he should have left R-Truth in cold blood last night or something. What they did with Jey Uso on the road to WrestleMania, where Gunther was on that Raw, forgot where they were. He was wearing Jey Uso's blood. He had Jimmy tied up to the ropes, and he had to watch Jey get bloodied up. That should have been last night with R-Truth. Not even a match. Just drag him from the back, beat the shit out of him, and just leave him in cold blood. That's it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so they didn't do it last night, but that doesn't mean that they still can't, kind of course correct here.
Yeah.
I just think blood or not, they're probably not going to do blood, but like they have to do a better job of giving people a real reason to hate this guy. He's coming out and it's like he's trying to get a pop almost. Like, I made him tap like a bitch.
Yeah.
And it got a lot of heat that first time he said it, but now he's coming out every week and repeating it, and he's showing the t-shirt because clearly it's like, okay, show the t-shirt. We want to sell t-shirts. It all circles back to that. We want to sell t-shirts. We want to sell tickets. And of course, that's part of their business. You want to sell tickets and t-shirts. I get it. But not at the expense of the story, or not at the expense of trying to really get this guy over as someone who is hated. I don't get the sense he's really hated. So when he's walking in the backstage area and everybody is giving him the stink eye, like he did something wrong, it feels forced and manufactured to me. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
It's fake. It's phony. It doesn't. I don't.
It's funny you said that. It's funny you said that, because I figured you were gonna say what you said, and I saw this in the news, and this is coming from Kevin Nash and Sean Oliver. Kevin Nash said this in regards to Gunther's heat. He doesn't have real heat. He has manufactured heat. It's the closest thing that there is to heat on that show, but he doesn't have heat. Nash explained his reasoning by noting how WWE presents Gunther's segments. He argued that the reaction is dictated by the format of the show rather than the audience's organic disdain for the character. He cited a recent segment involving Adam Pearce. It's like last week when he came out, and so his music plays, and then his graphic plays, then he goes out, cuts a promo, and then Pearce comes out and tells him to get the fuck out of the building. So they played his music, played his entrance, gave him a microphone, he cut a promo, but when he got done, it's time to get the fuck out of the building because you're a bad guy and you got heat. I mean, I can't sit there and disagree with him. I mean,
no. I mean, again, tell me where the real heat is coming from here.
You know what Triple H is doing? He's going to botch this like he botched the fucking New Day.
I hope not. I mean, he's done a pretty good job of protecting Gunther for most of his run there. I attribute that to Triple H. He obviously likes him. So you would think that if he was going to protect anybody and take care of anybody on that roster, it would be Gunther and he wouldn't fuck him up. But I mean, look what happened with the Cena retirement run. So I mean, hey, anything's possible, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you talk about squandering an opportunity here. Every week that goes by, I feel like they're just squandering it and squandering it and squandering it. So get him in there with somebody that has some credibility, that's willing to stand up to him, that you can build to a pay-per-view match with. I don't know if they would do a singles match with him at the Rumble, if they're going to put Gunther in the Rumble. I don't know. But there's also a Saturday night's main event coming up next month, the week before the Rumble. So let's not forget about that. They could always build up to something. They're actually on the Saturday night's main event this year, the week before the Rumble. They did Gunther and Jey Uso. So he wrestled on that show. They got to do something, because it's just becoming very forced to me. And that is not... That's not going to work.
No,
people
fans,
see through that.
Yep, fans are going to pick up on that immediately. So hopefully they, like you said, can course correct. Someone in the chat said they should just take a page of the HBK and Undertaker feud. Shawn Michaels couldn't beat the Undertaker. Just try again. Put your career on the line. They had 2 years to tell that story, which was great. But in this case, it'd be 4 or 5 months. So they can absolutely do a series of matches, and then AJ loses and then puts his career on the line. It'll be a great story.
It's almost as if, and I'm not saying this is going to happen. It's not going to happen. But you would watch this the last few weeks, and you would almost think like this is building to John Cena coming back to get his revenge. Like this is building to John Cena coming back and getting his win back. This guy coming out and gloating every week and everything. Like just naturally, you would think that's what you would lead fans to believe. Like, oh shit, okay, Cena must be coming back soon. It's like he's not, but what they're doing would make you think it's making you want to see that match. Only we're not getting that match.
Who knows?
So
it may be the Saudi Mania plans. We don't know.
No, I take John Cena at his word.
I know. He's not coming back. So yeah, that was what Gunther last night. Didn't like it. They got to do something drastic, hopefully next week on Raw. But a couple other WWE notes here. Chad Gable could be coming back. According to PW Insider Elite.com, they're reporting that Chad Gable could be back fairly soon. Gable's been out of action with a shoulder injury. However, his recovery appears to be progressing well, and a return could be imminent. Now, like Jason mentioned before, we did see American Made backstage, Ivy Nile and the Creeds, when Javon Evans was face-to-face with El Grande Americano. And apparently Gable has been at the Performance Center several times in recent months, says Mike Johnson of PW Insider. So we could be seeing him back as early as next week. I've seen some people saying it could be that we see him in the Rumble and we see him come face-to-face with El Grande Americano. Either way, Jason, when he does come back, it looks like they may tie up that who's the real Grande Americano storyline with Chad Gable.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to go that way anyway until he got hurt. So who knew that, in his absence, Kaiser would get over as that character in AAA, down in Mexico the way that he has. So I don't know if they're going to completely do away with the character. It would seem to make sense to build to a mask versus mask match.
Yes.
And then somebody gets unmasked. So I don't know if that's the plan, or if they're going to, because there's a whole group of Americanos now. So it might be the Americanos against American Made. Maybe it's going to be like a group thing. I don't know. It'll be good to get Gable back, though. I mean, he's been missed. He was just getting going. He had these multiple gimmicks going on. He was getting a lot of screen time, and then he got hurt at like the worst possible time. So getting him back in time for Rumble and Mania season is good. It'll be good to have him back on TV.
Yes, and let's get some championship gold around his waist next year, too. I think that would be a good thing.
I'm sure they'll do that as soon as they do that with Finn Balor.
Yes. So optimistic you are over there with Chad Gable.
I'm pragmatic.
I know. In the not-so-shocking news of the year, I don't know why anybody would be surprised at this next story. New court filings confirm Vince McMahon's involvement in WrestleMania 39. Wow. I mean, holy shit, man. This is groundbreaking information here. It's according to WrestleNomics. They put this out yesterday via Post Wrestling. They report that a key executive who now heads up TKO was confident about Vince McMahon's return to WWE in 2023. The executive also correctly predicted that McMahon would sell the company to Endeavor. The report released Monday includes images of text messages from newly disclosed records in the ongoing WWE shareholder lawsuit. The suit alleges that McMahon breached his fiduciary duties by arranging WWE's merger with UFC to create TKO. Shocking, man. Holy shit. The plaintiffs argue that this move was made to keep McMahon in power rather than secure the best deal for WWE shareholders. Wow. I mean, like we didn't talk about that 3 years ago.
Wasn't that the Mania where the Raw after was basically ruined by him?
Bro, the first match in the Raw after Mania that we got after that WrestleMania was Omos versus Elias.
Yeah.
In the opening match.
Well, I mean, look, we got Omos and Brock Lesnar on that show. You think Triple H is booking that match?
No, we also were supposed to get Bobby Lashley versus Bray Wyatt, too.
Triple H has not even booked Omos since then. Like, we haven't seen him on WWE television since then.
No.
They're using him in Triple H because Undertaker is actually a big fan of his.
Yes.
And it's not a coincidence, I don't think, that Undertaker is actually one of the bookers. I can't believe I'm saying this, but he's one of the bookers in Triple A right now. It's him and Jeremy Borash, and I know Conan is sort of helping to guide them and assist them. And wouldn't you know, on the most recent Triple A show, look who showed up along with backup Vikingo. It was Omos, but Triple H hasn't done anything with him. So yes, it was very obvious even then, like what was going on, and the fact that he was still not fully divorced. And let's not forget Ronda Rousey's comments about Bruce, being Vince's avatar. And I think that we kind of knew that also, but this just really clarified and confirmed a lot of what we either suspected or knew. And as far as this lawsuit, I mean, look, where there's smoke, there's fire. The whole basis of the lawsuit is that, they're suing because they believe that the whole process was tainted.
Yes.
You're supposed to really seriously evaluate whatever bids come in from other potential suitors who might have wanted to acquire them. And it's like the fix was in from day one. And they have text messages and stuff in the discovery that was included in the article with Ari Emanuel and Mark Shapiro, them making comments that would lead you to believe that the fix was in, because when Vince stepped down the first time in 2022, I think it was Shapiro, like there were comments from him basically saying, here's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, we expect Vince to come back in 9 months.
Yeah, only it was 6 months. He actually beat them by 3 months. But we expect Vince will, kind of force his way back in. And then
Stephanie took over. And then when Vince came back, bro, she disappeared like fucking Batman in Gotham, man. You didn't fucking see or hear a word from her ever again.
Yeah, but meanwhile, if you read the article, like there was a luncheon that was organized in August of 22 where Vince, brought Stephanie and Nick Khan along to go meet, I think, with Ari. So now it makes me wonder about Stephanie, because the talk of it was like, she didn't want to have anything to do with her father. So when he forced his way back in, she skedaddled. She got out of there. But, you read this and it's almost as if like, I don't know. I don't know now about that, because there's no way she wasn't aware of like what was going on and what the plan was. And so let's make it look this way. So I wonder about her now. But yeah, the Vince stuff is not really a huge shock. And then we'll see where the lawsuit goes. There was one exchange, I don't know if you saw one of the text messages where Nick Khan was responding to Vince and he said, Langus. Did you see that one?
No, I must have missed that one. Langus. What was that about?
It might have actually been the exchange about the WrestleMania 39 creative. And Vince was like, have you spoken to Roman and Cody?
Yes, I did see this, yes.
Yeah, about the change in the creative.
Yeah.
And anyway, Nick chimed in and said something like said Langus. And Vince is like, what on earth is Langus? Like, LOL. And he was talking about Signal. He says, read it backwards. Langus backwards is Signal. He was basically telling him go on Signal, which is another messaging app, which I think auto deletes the messages after a while.
Oh.
And that's a whole other part of the lawsuit where, these shareholders are claiming that there were communications that possibly were taking place in the Signal app as a way to avoid the messages, kind of continuing to exist. And so that's a whole other part of the lawsuit.
And we don't know who else put bids in to buy the company. We don't know anything about that. We heard names like Comcast and Liberty Media. Does anything happen because of this discovery? Because obviously we all know, we knew then and we know now, it's confirmed now. It's not really a surprise to anybody that Vince basically sold to his personal friend Ari, and he hoped that the sale would keep him in power after he kind of forced his way back into the chair, and he fired people on the board and brought back people that had worked with him previously to kind of swing the vote in his direction so that he remains in power. Does anything happen because of this discovery here to TKO now that the sale is final? What's the end result here possibly?
We don't know. I mean, again, you have to be able to prove it, and it's pretty damning stuff. I don't know if it outright, proves anything. So when it comes to stuff like this, what sticks and what doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't look good. So, I mean, that's, it's not like this is just going to go away. It looks like there's smoke to the fire. What can be proven, that's a whole other story. So I don't think it's going to end in any sort of major, punishment or anything like that. But it's pretty damning stuff. Was there illegal stuff that happened? Maybe, but you would, think that these people tried to do a good job of, covering their tracks. Look, the idea that he wanted to orchestrate a deal that would have allowed him to remain in power seemed pretty obvious from day one. I mean, if you remember when he and Ari went on CNBC after the acquisition was announced, and there's Vince and his evil fucking villain mustache, sitting there on the set, and Ari is like fawning over him, like, no, like he had to be part of this deal in order for this deal to happen. Oh, of course, I want him to be a part of this, and like, they're basically like sucking each other off here live on the air, and he would still be involved in the company, but then the Janelle Grant thing dropped in early 24. And then I think Slim Jim was the first sponsor that paused their sponsorship. And it was right after that that Vince was gone.
Yep.
So once the sponsors started getting a little skittish, I think it was like, all right, look, of course, they would love for Vince to still be a part of it, but they could see where this is going. It's like, all right, you gotta step aside. Had that not have happened, I think he still would be involved in some way in the company.
Probably.
Like, yeah.
And God forbid that happened. Holy shit. I mean,
so.
After this, Meltzer went on to talk about the creative for WrestleMania 39. Apparently, there was backstage news on who pitched the idea to not have Cody win the title at Mania 39, and apparently that was Vince McMahon. Meltzer reported that Triple H was the chief content officer. McMahon still held ultimate power during that period. Shocking, I know. Reigns, along with Heyman. Go ahead, Jesse.
I was going to say, the belief is that it was Roman Reigns.
Yes.
And probably in concert with Heyman, but it was Roman who made the suggestion I should win to build to a rematch in Philadelphia, and that way it'll be a bigger moment. And Vince, so not that it was necessarily Vince's idea, but Vince was like, all right, I like the sound of that, we'll do that.
Yeah.
And look, it ended up being a bigger moment, but here's the thing you got to remember. It was not, in the end, supposed to be Cody and Roman.
No.
They were going to do Rock and Roman.
Yes.
So they delayed Cody's win with the idea that he'll win it in Philadelphia. It'll be so much bigger, right? It'll be a much bigger deal. But when The Rock came around and The Rock was like, hey, I'd love to wrestle Roman, they were like, all right, Cody, you get shuffled off to the side like a nobody. And they were actually going to do Roman and Rock, and Cody was going to get fucked over. That's why they did that segment on SmackDown. All right,
so let me ask you this. Where was Roman, like he was with Vince McMahon here, where was Roman with Rock saying, well, this is what I talked about with Vince, so we're going to stick with this. Why are you coming in here fucking things up? Where was he then?
You think he's going to speak up against The Rock? You don't think that he would
Why not?
Because in his mind, that's the bigger match. So if Rock is only available for this Mania, we got to do it now. It's now or never. Roman wasn't going to be like, do you think Roman was going to pull a Flair? Flair, to his credit, when he was supposed to lose the NWA World Championship to Sting, when Sting was really on the rise, right? He was going to lose the title to him in like 1990. Sting tore his knee out. He's actually climbing a cage, and he tore his knee out. So he was gone for months. And they wanted him to drop the belt to Lex Luger. And Flair was like, no. I promised Steve I'm dropping the belt to him. And he fought against it. He said, no, I promised him. We're going to wait for him to get better, and I'm dropping the belt to him. And that's what he did in Baltimore at the Great American Bash. So you think Roman was going to be like, I don't care. It was my responsibility. I'm the one who pitched the idea in the first place. We got to stick to Cody's story. We got to go with Cody. Yeah, he didn't do that.
All right, bro.
So,
I understand that, but Roman is standing there after Cody won the Royal Rumble, and then Cody just gives his Rumble win to The Rock so that we get Rock and Roman. Where the fuck is anybody saying, all right, guys, this doesn't make any sense after he just won the Rumble. Can we stick to the plan, please?
But no one's going to say no to The Rock. You're missing the whole point here. No one is going to say no to The Rock. If The Rock
Pardon me
wants
for trying to
this-
make sense of this shit. I don't know.
If The Rock, forget the family connection with him and Roman. If The Rock wants to do this and The Rock is willing to do a match at WrestleMania, believe me, nobody, and even if maybe Roman did, maybe he got shot down, but nobody is going to be like, nah, you know what? Sorry, Rock. We're going to go with Cody. The only reason that it changed was because of the fan reaction. And Rock saw that fan reaction. He saw the comments that people were making online, and he was already getting bad publicity for something at the time. I forgot what movie it was. And he at least had enough common sense to say, okay, let's pivot. We heard that word used a lot. Let's pivot. I'll be a part of the story here. We'll come up with the final boss and everything, and Cody will get his shot. So it all worked out in the end. Dude, it's like WrestleMania 30. It's eerie. Isn't it eerie how WrestleMania 30 and 40, they mirror each other in so many ways? Because WrestleMania 30 was almost the same thing, where they had an idea for where they were going to go with that title, and it was Batista. Batista was like The Rock back then, okay? So he comes back early in the year in 2014, and they're going to do Batista and Randy Orton for the World Heavyweight, or for the, what title was it? WWE. No, it was Undisputed.
Yeah, it was Undisputed title, yeah.
The Undisputed Championship. Daniel Bryan was going to be in a random match against Sheamus on that show. Now, you would watch the Authority storyline and think this is building to a big triumphant moment for him at WrestleMania, just like Cody's story. Well, this has to be building to Cody winning the belt at WrestleMania 40. But no, they were going to go a completely different way with it. And it was only by circumstance that, thankfully, plans changed. Daniel Bryan got his moment, great WrestleMania moment. And Cody got his moment. Dude, that main event was one of the best WrestleMania main events that they've ever done. But it almost didn't happen. So the creative changing at 39, while their intentions may have been good, it was almost a complete disaster for Cody. But thankfully, it all worked out in the end for him.
Makes you wonder what's going to happen at WrestleMania 50. Maybe we get the same thing happening going into WrestleMania 50.
I can't wait to see what the drama. Maybe The Rock will be involved in that drama too. WrestleMania 50.
I don't know. So yeah, Vince was very heavily involved with WWE around that time. I think at least until August of that year, and then the Janelle Grant stuff hit, and then he was just completely gone. But you know, he did bounce ideas off of Triple H and back and forth, and Vince still had the final say on a lot of shit. So Roman was credited for wanting to go one direction. Vince gave the approval to it, which, looking back at it, made the right move. It was the right move there, because a lot of people were like, Cody should have won it then. Looking back at it now, I'm glad Cody lost, and then he won it at 40. But you know, The Rock got involved, like we discussed, and thankfully things turned out to be the right way going into WrestleMania 40. But that was in the news today and yesterday with Vince McMahon.
Let's talk about the world ending.
Yes, the world end. Yeah, the world ending on Saturday. Yes, AEW presented their last pay-per-view of the year. Now Arena from Schaumburg, Shadow of Chicago, on Saturday. It was still a 4-hour show, but they went off the air at 12:03 a.m. and not 12:33 a.m. So I appreciate the minus 30 minutes there, which I still didn't really make that much of a difference, but I was glad that it was shortened. World's End. I know this may be, this is my personal take. Jason may have a different feeling on it. I feel like the last 3 or 4 AEW pay-per-views coming out of All In, I feel like have been kind of lackluster. I know this is their bread and butter. 8, 9 times out of 10, AEW pay-per-views usually deliver. They are long, and they are very marathon-esque, but it is their best content, for sure. I didn't really think much of World's End, Jason. I felt like the Continental Classic, though I'm probably looking for something more than the usual sicko, which I don't want to sit here and tell you we didn't get any story. I felt like we got some story with us kind of being left hanging, waiting for more. I felt like they could have done a lot more. They didn't. But as far as actual in-ring, I think this may have been the best in-ring Continental Classic that we've seen in the last 3 years. I thought what we got with the Classic for the majority of the 5-week stretch has been great. I was kind of unenthused with what happened on Saturday outside that Moxley and Fletcher match, which I thought was probably the best match in the tournament. And we'll talk about that here. Okada and Takeshita, I felt was underwhelming for reasons, the good reasons, but we'll talk about that as well. Overall, on the whole, bro, outside of Moxley, Fletcher, and MJF winning the championship, I look back at this show and I really don't find much excitement about it. I don't know how you felt about it.
I thought it was a good show. It was not one of their best shows of the year or anything like that because they've had some really great pay-per-views this year. I would go probably in the range of like 7 out of 10 on this show. I thought that was fair. Some people, when I said that, didn't agree, and it's 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. I'm like, okay, it's just not going to win with these people. But
God forbid you say anything bad, man. Even though it's still positive, it's not positive enough.
God forbid, you get 7 out of 10. Oh my God, how can you say such horrible things? But so yeah, I mean, like the main event was good. It was just missing. It never really to me met the bar of like the really great pay-per-view main events that we've gotten from them this year.
Yeah,
I wouldn't rank it among like the elite of those pay-per-view main events, but it was good. It was still a good 4-way match with the right outcome. MJF winning the World Championship was the right outcome.
Yes.
Because for him to return and cash in his contract and then lose, that would not have been good. So I like that. The Women's World Championship match, I enjoyed it. It was a hard-hitting match. I wish it would have gotten a better response from the crowd, which wasn't really responding to a lot during that match, except the one spot that scared the shit out of me when Statlander hit that spinning avalanche Michinoku driver off the top rope. And that was, I'd be okay if I never saw that again.
Yeah, and Jamie Hayter didn't move after that for like at least 10 seconds.
Well, the referee rushed over right away just to make sure that, she was okay. And I mean, she tucked her head, but still, like that was a crazy spot. So they had a good match. Again, it just didn't have a lot of heat.
No.
And there wasn't really any real story going into the match. So surprise, surprise. Because this is a match that felt like it needed to be built up better. I hope Jamie gets another crack at it, another bite at the apple, but months from now. And they could build a better story around her going in there and actually winning the title. But the match itself, I thought, was very strong. And then as far as the tournament is concerned, I agree that the Fletcher and Moxley match, I was not expecting that to end up being the best match of the tournament. Because in ring, this was the best Continental Classic they've ever done. We got a lot of really great matches. Fletcher and Speedball.
Yep.
I didn't think anybody was going to top that match. And I think Moxley and Fletcher did that on the pay-per-view. So the Moxley and Fletcher match stole the show. And I actually thought that match told a great story, too. Because he was targeting Moxley's leg and, going after the leg. And he was trying to exploit the injury. And then Moxley was resisting the temptation and the urge to tap out, which I feel like is something they've been building to since All In. When he first tapped out to Hangman. Ever since then, he's tapped out to a whole bunch of people, right? Including Kyle O'Reilly.
Yep.
So it's like they want to make you think he's going to tap out, but he was like the ultimate babyface on this show. Like the babyface turn was sudden, but it is now complete. And it didn't start on this show. Because if you look at any of the promos that he cut, and some of them, I think most of them were on TV, some of them were on social media. He's been cutting babyface promos this entire tournament. And then he did it again on this show. He did it before the match with Okada, too, in the back. Great babyface promos. So if that's what they're going for, they did a good job with that. So that match was fantastic. The match with Moxley and Okada, I didn't hate it the way that other people hated it. I didn't love it either. It was just very underwhelming.
It was boring.
It was underwhelming. It got, like, there were some near falls there near the end where it started to get good and then it just sort of ended. So I just think back to last year. And it's hard to not compare it to the finals we got last year. Last year we got Okada and Ospreay, and that final was tremendous. That's not a word I would use to describe this match between Moxley and Okada. It was pretty dull and disappointing in that regard. I was stunned when Moxley won. Maybe I shouldn't have been, but I was not expecting Jon Moxley to win this tournament.
No,
but he wins, and I'm thinking, okay, Tony Schiavone is in the ring, and here come the Death Riders, and I'm thinking, okay, this must be setting up a major angle here, and it didn't, at least not Saturday. It set up this great babyface promo from Jon Moxley, who's out there talking about, just the heart and grit and bringing the best out of everybody in this tournament. That's what this company is all about. That's what the Continental Classic is all about. And everybody is cheering for him like, again, he's some big, conquering hero. And then I have to listen to Bryan Danielson on commentary, who, bless his heart, is trying to justify this by saying, now, this is a guy who Moxley tried to murder, last year with a plastic bag. So I want you all to remember that. And now he has to sit there on commentary and go, well, maybe he did what he did to try to really, truly change AEW. And I'm like, boy, that's some really warped, twisted logic there with this guy trying to explain this away and justify, what we saw here, because this is not the Jon Moxley that we saw earlier in the year kidnapping the Rock and Roll Express. This is not the Jon Moxley we saw trying to murder people with plastic bags and Darby Allin with a fish tank and all the other horrible shit that we've seen this guy do over the course of, 12 plus months. But now it's like, is the entire group supposed to be a babyface faction, or is just Moxley supposed to be a babyface? Because one person was missing, and that was Pac. Pac was not there.
No, and nobody mentioned him at all by name on Saturday. Nobody.
So was that intentional? Did he miss his flight? I don't know. Maybe it was done on purpose. Maybe that's going to factor into something that happens, maybe not this week, but like in the weeks ahead on TV. There's still a possibility that they could turn on Jon Moxley, but it's becoming a running joke now where it's like every few weeks, is this the week they turn on Jon Moxley? And then they don't turn on Jon Moxley. Are they going to turn the whole faction babyface to feud with the Callis family?
Bro, it's ridiculous. This was the biggest talking point, so I guess we'll start with this, because this is what still everybody's talking about. Outside of the Classic and the fucking belt fiasco now, there's fucking 2 extra championships on television that we don't need. I'll get to that in a second, but Moxley cuts that promo, and I'm listening to this, and I say, did they just waste 12 months of our fucking television time with this babyface promo coming out of nowhere? Tony Khan actually today said in an interview with Q101, I think people misunderstood the mission of the Death Riders. I don't even think Tony Khan knew what the mission of the Death Riders were. Never mind fucking people, us, the fans.
Well, remember that segment on Dynamite months and months ago where they were in Renee's basement and they were all training?
Yes.
And she was interviewing them about and asking them point blank, what is the mission of the Death Riders? And I remember it was Claudio, who said, people have it all wrong. Our mission is not to destroy AEW. We're here to make AEW better. And then Pac is sitting in a sauna, all by himself, and she's interviewing him. And it's our mission is to destroy AEW. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? It's God. They weren't even on the same page as far as what the real mission was of the Death Riders. So yeah, I laughed at that.
What's the mission of the Death Riders? Nobody understood. I don't even think the Death Riders knew what the fucking mission was after what Jason said. I'm listening to this. I'm like, did they just waste 12 months of our television time with this babyface promo? Because like you said, he's been kind of building up to it. And I thought that the heel turn was going to happen there. I thought that was the best place for it to happen after winning the Continental Classic. I felt like that was their opening to tell a story. We get Claudio putting the belt around his waist and fucking hugging him, and he's telling everybody that this belt is for everybody that competed in this tournament. I'm like, what am I listening to here? You defiantly went out there and wanted to kill the company, and now you're standing pro AEW with Bryan Danielson trying to make fucking chicken salad out of chicken shit because of this haphazard storytelling. And he's basically saying, well, maybe the tournament made him love AEW. No, I don't. What are you telling me? What am I watching here? So I said to Jesse, listen, I said to Jesse on Saturday, bro, even if they do the turn on Wednesday's Dynamite, which I'm kind of expecting it to happen, you would think, even if the turn happens on Wednesday, they let Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and all of Wednesday go by with all of this happening with Jon Moxley and just letting him sit. Why didn't they do it Saturday if they were going to do the turn? Why do it on Wednesday and not Saturday?
Well, maybe Pac will be the impetus for it. Maybe him not being there was done intentionally. That's the thing I'm kind of looking at and being all right, maybe there's something to that. I don't know, because then it becomes a question of if they're going to keep the Death Riders going, who leads them? Is it Claudio? Is it Pac?
None of them.
Right? So you think that it'll just end?
I don't know if it'll end, but I don't look at Claudio and Pac or Claudio or Pac at leading the Death Riders. I don't see them as leaders. You see them as leaders?
I mean, I could see Claudio maybe in a role like that, or it's just kind of like a Judgment Day thing where it's like we have no leaders.
Sure.
You know, like Finn said that last night in his promo. Like in the Judgment Day, there's no leaders. So maybe it's like that with the Death Riders. But yeah, I mean, it was just. I think the idea on their part is that the Death Riders' mission was to, you know, get rid of all the haha and all the nonsense that you would see, whether it was Orange Cassidy's stuff or whatever, and like bring pro wrestling back to what it used to be and bring out the best in people. So the idea is like this tournament brought out the best out of all of these guys, not just us and the Death Riders, but everybody, you know, in this tournament. And I think that's supposed to be the idea here. But I guess this is now turned Jon Moxley babyface. I will say this, as we look back on this year, Jon Moxley's second half of the year, much better than his first half.
Yes.
There was a lot of bad shit.
Yes.
In the first half of this year when it came to the Death Riders and the stuff they were doing. I mentioned when they kidnapped the Rock and Roll Express, or the stuff with Moxley and Cope, and a lot of bad matches too, and just bad stuff. Yes. In the second half of the year, Moxley has put in his best work. He's actually had a lot of really good matches, including the one with Hangman at All In. So to his credit, the second half has been better than the first. I've just never been a big fan of the Death Rider stuff. And even if it was worse earlier in the year, it's still not great now. Now, if they have some sort of plan for where they're going to take this, then fine. And I'm glad the World Championship is no longer involved here, because it was worse when everything revolved around that title and the group, because they had the title in the briefcase. So it's at least more tolerable now, but you still have to tell the right story. So we'll see, I guess, coming out of what happened on Saturday, if they do pull a major angle on Wednesday, or if they just kind of go along where the Death Riders are all okay with each other, and what they move on to next, I don't know. I mentioned the Callis family, right? Are they gonna feud with the Callis family? Is that going to be a thing? I don't know. It's possible. I don't think it would be too difficult to get people to get behind people like Pac and Claudio, because I mean Claudio's a badass. You know, the people cheer for him anyway. Even Marina Shafir, I think you could get people behind Marina Shafir. I think getting people behind Wheeler Yuta and this version of Daniel Garcia that doesn't dance, that's going to be a tougher hill to climb. But there are people in the Death Riders where I think if they wanted to try to get the crowd behind them, they probably could do it. Actually, Marina Shafir has honestly been the biggest.
She may be the MVP of the whole group.
Yeah, I mean, she's been think about where she was before this, dude.
Yeah.
Like, people were openly like, we could take it all the way back to that infamous promo, and I know you know the promo I'm talking about.
I know.
So to go from that to where she is now, the Death Riders have done her a world of good. So we can't say it hasn't done good for anybody. It's done good for Marina Shafir, if no one else. And so we'll see, I guess, what direction they're going to take it in. If Moxley is going to be part of it, or if they're going to kick him out and continue to, I guess, just be heels without him. I don't think they replace him with anybody.
No, I mean, I just see the group staying together. I don't think they want to take the group and just disband it. I think you are correct in saying that Moxley had a much better second half than he did the first. You know, I said it on social media after the match was over. He's in the best shape
I've ever seen him in.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know Moxley has his detractors, and I know, listen, you know, we watch AEW weekly. It is very fair to say that the Death Riders on television for the first 7-8 months of the year basically killed that television show. It was fucking garbage. Moxley, look at what he can do without the fucking gimmicks and the gore and the violence and the blood and the garbage. Like, that match with Fletcher was great. Moxley, when he shows up and wants to wrestle, the guy could fucking go. So I don't know why he relies on all that other shit. Secondly, I don't care that Moxley won the tournament. I'm always creative first and storytelling first and then everything else second. Do you look at Moxley winning the tournament over Okada as a problem? Because I mentioned on Saturday when I did my post show, if the whole idea was Okada and Takeshita, which we're going to get a second match because the first match kind of underwhelmed, and they have a lot of shit going on in 4 days. They'll be at Wrestle Kingdom. Tanahashi's retiring with Okada there as his opponent, and Takeshita defending the IWGP title. So they didn't want to go balls to the wall in that first match. But if you want to maintain that essence and keep that story alive and build Takeshita up by beating Okada, wouldn't it have been the right decision for Okada to win the tournament for a second year in a row, take the unified title into the next match with Takeshita, after he retires Tanahashi, after Takeshita loses the IWGP title, and Okada kind of throws it in his face, and then Takeshita gets that win, that elusive win over Okada, and throws it in his face and just takes everything away from Okada. Like him losing to Moxley now, like if Takeshita beats Okada, like what difference does it make? Because Okada had already lost. He was beaten by Moxley. So I feel like they tarnished that match already.
He was beaten, but he still has a win over Takeshita. So I mean that really is the core of it. He beat Takeshita. Here's the other thing also, the screwdriver. So the screwdriver spot is going to be important because he used it in the opening match, and when Fletcher went to go use it, it wasn't there. So that's the thing. We don't know where they're going to take that story with Fletcher, Okada, and Takeshita. There may be
apparently Fletcher wasn't watching the match while it happened.
He was, I guess, getting his pump on backstage. He was getting ready for his match, which actually, to be fair, if his match was going on next, he probably wasn't watching the match right before. So we don't know where that's going to go. We have to see where that's going to go because Fletcher obviously is going to be very upset. Like the screwdriver was supposed to be there and it wasn't there, and you screwed me. Right? I would have won this tournament. Like, is that going to cause problems with him and Okada? Yeah. So we still haven't seen this fully play out yet. Like they had multiple men from the Don Callis family, at least I guess 3, in this tournament. They all lost. That has to be a story that is going to play out now on TV. It has to be. Like it should have been a gimme that one of them was going to win and they all lost. So we have to see how that story plays out. Maybe then it'll make more sense. My first instinct is I don't know why you would have Okada beat Takeshita, but then go ahead and lose in the very next match.
Clean.
Well, it was going to be clean because there's no interference, allowed in the Continental Classic. I wasn't expecting anybody to run out there because they don't allow that in those matches. Actually, there was a really dumb spot in the what I thought was dumb in the Moxley Okada match where Okada, I think, had used a low blow on him. And then late in the match, he went out and grabbed the belt. And he brought the belt into the ring with him, right in full view of the referee. I'm like, why is he doing that? So, of course, the referee takes the belt away from him. And as he's handing the belt off, Okada goes back over to Moxley, who's on his knees. And so Moxley just gives him a low blow.
Yeah.
Like, what did you expect was going to happen? Like, what was the point of grabbing the belt in the first place? What was he even trying to do there? I don't know. That didn't really come off well to me. The story with Okada and Takeshita is still my favorite thing that's going on AEW television. So I am hoping that it will make more sense when we see television this week as far as why they did it that way. But I have to think there's a reason why they didn't want any of the members of the Callis crew to win this tournament.
You would hope that they would forward the story on Wednesday, being that this is a highly talked about topic. Normally when AEW has these follow-up shows, there really isn't much of a follow-up, and they kind of wait a week or two to try and get back into the swing of things, and it's just a random...
Well, you know why they do it.
Why?
Because Tony said it before. Because he sends these guys out there. They go balls out in these matches. They get all banged up, and they get all hurt. And he says he's never sure who's going to be medically cleared and available for television that week. So he doesn't plan anything major because he doesn't know who's going to be available. Because they go out there for 20 minutes and they kill each other.
Sure.
Which they do.
Sure.
Which they do.
They do. They do.
So it's like I can't plan these major angles if I don't know who's going to be available.
Well, maybe we should tone that down a little bit and maybe not have everybody go out there and kill themselves for 30 minutes, which we'll get into here with this Fletcher and Moxley spot here. But you would expect that from Takeshita and Okada. They didn't go balls to the wall. Everybody came into you and me. I was very much looking forward to this. I made that abundantly clear on my end. I was looking forward to this. I think Takeshi is probably the wrestler of the year, honestly. If you're talking about both companies, we'll talk about that in a little bit too. They didn't go balls to the wall here. They opened the show. They held back because of the retirement match. They obviously wanted to preserve that with Tanahashi and Okada. Takeshi's defending his title, the IWGP title in 4 days. Is that the reason why they didn't go balls to the wall here? Because I think everybody was like, this is going to be the match of the year. This is going to be a late incoming vote for match of the year here. Is that a good enough reason to like kind of preserve this match here and only go some and not all?
I don't know that was really the reason. I think it had more to do with them knowing this is only match one. And they just didn't want to give too much away. And they knew they were going to do the cheap finish with the screwdriver. So why send them out there to go balls to the wall for 20 minutes and then do some bullshit finish like that they want to save it for, I assume, Revolution.
Yeah.
But whenever it is, they want to save it for the big rematch. I think it had more to do with that and less to do with the Tokyo Dome. Not that I was expecting Okada to go out there and do anything too crazy anyway. He really doesn't in any of his matches, in AEW anyway. So I think it had more to do with that. Like, save it for the eventual rematch outside of the tournament when it's just the two of them one-on-one, and then let them loose and let it. It's kind of like when Okada had that first match with Bryan Danielson at Forbidden Door. It was a good match, but when it was over, and Bryan broke his arm in that match and wrestled another 10 minutes, it was a good match, but it was like, when it was over, maybe I set my expectations too high, but it was like, you know what? It was good, but it wasn't like the big blowaway match I expected. And then they ran it back 6 months later at the Tokyo Dome, and they fucking blew it out. So I think it'll be a similar thing here with these two.
So with Fletcher and Moxley, there was 4 heels to open this show. Both Okada, Takeshita heel. Moxley at this point was still heel, and Fletcher is a heel. So there was 4 heels in the semifinals of the Continental Classic. This Moxley-Fletcher match was more of a final than the match with Moxley and Okada, which was the final. So there was one spot that everybody was talking about, and if you took it out of the match would have still been a 5-star match. This spot did not need to happen. I don't know why they constantly try to outdo themselves in the worst possible way. This is what AEW does from my vantage point. They try and outdo themselves every single show by doing a more dangerous move and seeing if they could pull it off or survive. And I don't know why that mentality exists. This spot here, he went for an avalanche brainbuster, Fletcher did, and then there was a rear naked choke and an avalanche cutthroat suplex, a T-bone suplex of sorts off the top rope. And he dropped Fletcher, did Moxley, on the back of his fucking neck. And they showed it in a replay.
Well, no, he dropped him on top of his head.
Yeah, yeah. And they showed the replay, and it was so much worse slowed down instead of watching it live feed again. And they did the replay, and I'm like, I jumped off the fucking couch. I yelled out, holy shit. So thank God he was all right and finished the match. He looked to be all right. We don't know what type of long-term effects he's going to have. But William Regal took to social media. And William Regal doesn't tweet. He doesn't say anything. William Regal revealed on social media this week, after everybody had been floating this clip around of Fletcher, he wrestled with 2 neck fractures, and he gave a stark warning to all current modern stars that want to do exactly what Fletcher and Moxley did. Now, I know this became very tribalistic, and a lot of people were claiming, well, why didn't he speak up to Braun Breaker when Braun Breaker was dropped on his head from Cody and CM Punk inside the War Games match? I mean, fine. You want to make that assumption and you want to make that comparison, fine. I mean, this goes out to everybody. But honestly, the reason why William Regal was possessed to tweet is because of this fucking stupid move that happened on Saturday night. Sure, it happens in pro wrestling, but he says, I stay off here, but was alerted to something today that alarmed me. I don't read any comments, so don't waste your time trying to argue or justify your very wrong opinions on this. I broke my neck twice in 93 in the ring in a car wreck in 97 and stupidly never told anyone. And I was taught properly how to bridge and not land on the top of my head. It's a skill that maybe 99.9% of the people don't know or will ever learn anymore. I kept going somehow, but knew all the tricks that, again, people don't learn now and watch film and just copy. After Misawa passed from his neck problems, I thought it would stop this nonsense, but it only got worse. And whenever I talk to people about doing them, it's, well, it doesn't hurt. Believe me, it will. I have people close to me now, Brian being one, who is suffering daily like myself from his neck. It's a daily misery, and sleep and every other aspect of your life is more than hard. Although people use the term tough about me, you'll never hear me say that, as I'm not, and I don't think I am or have ever been. Money and whatever nonsense fame is supposed to be is not worth the pain or supposed 2-evening glory you get from these ridiculous moves dropping yourself on your head. The vast majority of fans don't know the difference between a vertical suplex and a brainbuster, and that's a far tamer move than many I see now. I'm 57 and become less relevant every day, but fame has never been my thing. So most of you doing this stupid stuff, and he capitalizes stupid, are not going to listen to me, but hopefully a few do. Stop it now if you want a decent quality of life after wrestling, because that part of your life will be over before you know it. And wrestling done right now is hard enough, but broken necks or death are not something you should think is tough or cool. It's idiotic thinking. Jason, this turned tribalistic. I don't have Kenny Omega's tweet, but Kenny Omega basically kind of uttered what William Regal said here and didn't want to make it tribalistic and, basically offered everybody should listen to someone like William Regal's advice. What did you make of this nonsense on social media? Because like I said, and this is all I'm going to say on it, the move should not have been done. I think that happens way too often on AEW television to a point where it's it's very alarming. It happens everywhere, but it happens more so on AEW, and we all know that. That's not really, some conspiracy. It happens every single week, every single month, and it's getting worse. If that move did not happen, it would have not made the match any worse. I don't understand why they continue to do stupid shit like that, and if they didn't do it, it would have been just as good of a match as we saw on Saturday night.
Yeah, I mean, if they had done a superplex off the top, it would have been no different. I just don't understand, when you have someone like a Kyle Fletcher, right, who is involved in this spot, who clearly, is a star on the rise and could be a really big deal in the long term for Tony Khan, why you don't do a better job of kind of protecting your investment. Because I know he's very hands-off, and I think he just lets these guys go out there and plan their matches. And
yes,
I don't know how much of that is even needed to be run by him. But when it comes to stuff like that, and if you start seeing stuff like that happening on a regular basis, I mean, Darby is Darby. Darby's going to do what he does. But when you see stuff like that, it's like I'm looking at it if I'm like him, and I'm like, man, I don't want these guys taking, like you said, unnecessary chances on spots or moves like that really just don't have to be done. I'm not going to tell them how to wrestle where it's like, okay, here's a list of what you can do and what you can't do. But there should be some common sense involved. And, you want to try to protect these guys as much as possible so that you have them available and that you could build them up and, build around them. The tribalism, when Kenny Omega has to open his statement by bringing up tribalism, please don't bring tribalism into it, then things are bad. And I saw a lot of really dumb dipshit comments from a lot of people who were AEW fans. I'm not saying all AEW fans are of the same mind, but they were AEW fans who kept bringing up the timing of it. Oh, the timing is convenient. It's the Fed. The Fed put him up to it. Dude, I saw so many dumb comments. The Fed, the Fed put him up to it. The timing is curious. They brought up Braun Breaker at Survivor Series, which was a botch, by the way.
Yes.
He was not, I assure you that it was not.
That was a planned spot that went wrong. This was a planned spot that they knew exactly was going to happen, and they did it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, on a spot like this, there's really only one way that it can go.
Bro, there's literally no room for error with that spot, and they did it anyway.
Yeah, so that's not necessarily the best example for them to be using, but the message of what he was trying to say was completely lost on some of these people. It was an immediate leap to the defense. He's a snake. He's not to be trusted because, he worked there, but now he's back in WWE, so he's the enemy. People like that who were just so quick to jump on it in that way, there's nothing to say. I mean, you can't help these people. These people are just too far gone. So the tribalism, though, I don't look at this as anything where tribalism is needed. You can go ahead and question the timing of it. I don't believe for a second that William Regal decided, you know what? I have there's some sort of agenda involved here, and I'm going to post this tweet now. I'll bet you that somebody, if he wasn't watching the pay-per-view himself, which maybe he was, because he's got friends who work there.
Sure.
But let's say he wasn't watching the pay-per-view. I guarantee you somebody showed him a clip, and it obviously made him feel a certain way that he felt like he had to go out and do this. The other criticism I saw was, I'm sure he's got Kyle's number or Moxley's number. Or he could reach out to them directly. There's no reason to go public with this. He went public with it for a reason. This is not an isolated incident. It's not like Kyle Fletcher and Jon Moxley are the only people doing dumb spots where they land on their fucking necks. I mentioned the Statlander and Jamie Hayter spot in their match on the same show. But it's not just an AEW thing. We see it a lot in AEW where people land on their fucking necks. I mean, Kota Ibushi made a career out of it. But it happens across wrestling. It happens across companies. So he wanted to just put this out there for whoever is willing to listen. Whatever weight his words may carry, whoever sees it, take it, do with it what you will. And I think it was a great message because you saw the x-rays, right? You saw the pictures he posted.
Yep.
So he, more than most, would know what it's like to live with that kind of damage, nerve damage, or waking up in pain every day, or maybe not being able to turn your neck only a certain, to a certain degree. And you have to live with that. You can't undo that. You can't fix that. So there's always an inherent risk in wrestling on a fucking body slam, right? Any move is dangerous. What he's saying is to take these unnecessary risks, right? Arn Anderson just said something about this recently. So Regal is not the only veteran speaking out about it. He's just putting it out there as a word of warning. I've been there. I've been stupid. And he got hurt on a bridging German suplex. He just broke his neck and then never got it fixed, which was pretty stupid.
Yeah.
But he's just saying, look, take it from me. You don't want to end up like this. You may end up with neck injuries. You may end up with other injuries because wrestling, it's a contact sport and it hurts and you're going to get injured. But you don't need it to get to a point where it affects your quality of life the way that it affects my quality of life. So I'm just putting it out there. Keep it in the back of your mind. Don't do this stupid shit, which I think is a sound message, which is what Kenny Omega said. Even Kenny Omega said that it's good words to live by. I think he did it out of genuine concern, not because he's a snake, not because he's Levesque's boy. The fact that it immediately became tribalistic, I just thought was disgusting. That you would take, you could take that tweet and just twist it and turn it into something that it's not. And I don't know if you saw the tweets from Piper Niven.
I saw Piper's,
from,
Brian Alvarez. I saw Ivar's too. Brian Alvarez said Piper Niven may never wrestle again because of her injury.
She has a serious neck injury. Ivar put something out with his own x-rays. He's got a lot of hardware in his neck, and those are WWE personalities. So this is not just a WWE or an AEW issue. We do tend to see a lot more dangerous stuff like this, though, on these AEW pay-per-views. That's just a fact. A lot of people land on their fucking necks on these shows, whether it's on the apron, whether it's on the outside, whether it's in the ring.
Well, bro, it happens on Weekly Dynamite, too, where people are getting dropped on the apron, on the guardrail, on the fucking... I mean, just look at Kyle Fletcher and Adam Cole. Remember that spot where he did that fucking stupid power bomb on the outside and Cole supposedly hit his head on the apron? Like, that was on a random Dynamite. Like, why? Why is that happening on weekly television?
Yeah, and Adam Cole is actually...
Yes.
He may never wrestle again. Will Ospreay is out right now. He had neck surgery. Like, I don't know why anybody would look at what Regal posted as anything other than a word of warning coming from a veteran and a legend who has been there before and is just trying to communicate this to other wrestlers who are out there. That's all that this was. That's the only way people should look at it. You want to question the timing of it? Who gives a shit? Pay attention to the message, because there was a lot of good information and a lot of good insight, I think, in what he said, and a lot to be gleaned. At the end of the day, though, it's wrestling. And so you have younger wrestlers who are going to hear the veterans say, don't do this, don't be like me.
Yep.
And it's going to go in one ear and out the other, right? It's only natural. And, Kyle Fletcher will one day have, fusion surgery. And I can only hope that when that day comes, and he does, that he can look back on his career and say, you know what, it was worth it. And if he feels like it is, then good. It's his neck. It's not mine.
Sure.
I don't want to see these guys all crippled up. But fuck, I mean, if that's how they feel, if it's like, well, you know what, it's a risk worth taking, fine. But I also look at Tony Khan and go, just from a business perspective, how smart is it to not try to, put some guardrails here and say, okay, maybe there's just some stuff that isn't smart to be doing and you shouldn't be doing.
And that's the point. That's the whole point. On Ariel Helwani's show, when Tony Khan was interviewed by Ariel Helwani, he mentioned Darby Allin, and he said, I give the guys freedom to do whatever they want, but there was one spot in particular that I didn't want Darby to do, but he went and did it anyway.
The glass spot.
And then that was the glass spot off the ladder in Sting's retirement match, and he allowed Darby to do it anyway, and that was one spot he said he was very hesitant about seeing play out. So where is the change going to happen? Is there going to be change because of William Regal's tweet? I highly doubt it. But why does it need to be said by someone who doesn't work in AEW, by William Regal, who's 57 years old and has had issues with his neck, watching this play out? Why isn't this something being talked about, and why aren't there being measures taken in AEW to stop this shit from the management that's in place there, and more specifically from Tony Khan? But I don't understand why this shit's allowed to happen. And then I went on social media after this whole fiasco, and I saw some people who work for independent promotions. I'm not going to be naming them here because they're fucking stupid. They said, imagine complaining if you're a fan about seeing cool wrestling moves and cool shit in the ring. That doesn't mean I want to see someone get their fucking neck broken. You and I lived through fucking Owen Hart and seeing that shit play out live on pay-per-view. I don't want to see that shit happen again. Like, I don't understand why we as fans from other fans have to be blasted because we're concerned about an active in-ring performer's health and lifestyle. But who wants to see that? I don't find interest in that. I don't find excitement in watching someone go out there and get fucking killed or have their career ended. Why would anybody want to watch that? So why is that something that we should be afraid to state? Like we can't look at someone and want to have, this desire to see them and see them have a safe fucking career? I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's dumb. And again, with Regal, he worked there, so he may know some of these people still, even some of the younger guys. So he may feel like a personal connection to some of these people. So maybe that's part of the reason why he wanted to, voice this publicly as well, because he was there and he knows some of these people. You got Bryan Danielson, who's sitting there. He's sitting there. He's ringside. Bryan Danielson is not wrestling right now because his neck is all fucked up. And even recently, he talked about the fact that, it's like it's bad. And when he is traveling a little too much, it's like really, really bad. So he has his good days and bad days. And he's literally sitting there at ringside. And you heard his reaction, too. Like when Fletcher landed, it was Danielson on commentary. He was like, oh, my God. And I'm sure in his mind, he's thinking, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And look, he did a lot of stupid shit in the ring himself. But now he's in a position where his career more or less is over and he's paying the price for it. You would think that there would be voices, I hope maybe behind the scenes, who, like him, I know he's got a position of power behind the scenes there in that company. And he's kind of an authority there who can say, look, take it from me. Like there's just some stuff that, isn't worth doing. And it won't affect your career in any kind of negative way if you don't do it.
Well, you said it best, protecting your investment. Like if Tony Khan and AEW look at Kyle Fletcher as an investment in their future, and this is a guy that they're going to build a company around for years and years to come, why do you sit there okay with him doing that every single week, every single month in these big matches? I mean, he's wrestled a fucking rigorous schedule as it is, so who the fuck knows how he's feeling coming into this match? And then he has that happen to him. If you're investing in this guy, and this is the guy, and you put all this fucking machine behind him, why are you going to be okay with him doing that and be okay with him being out for 12 to 18 months because of a neck fusion surgery? That's just a terrible, terrible mindset to have. I don't know if any businessman would be okay with doing that. Like, that don't make any sense to me. Well, you want to see this guy wrestle, but then you're okay with him being out for 18 fucking months and him being off your television show. I don't know.
I mean, Tony, he loves his wrestling, and they have a certain style, and he loves it, and he doesn't want to put any handcuffs on what these guys do. They're like artists, and they paint their palette, and he wants to be very as hands off as he can possibly be, and it's like, okay, he can run things however he wants to run them, but unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of guys. He may be fine after that spot. Clearly he didn't get injured like in the moment on the spot, but I assure you that will catch up to him at some point.
Yes. And
you only hope it's many, many years down the road, but it may not be. And then all of a sudden Kyle Fletcher is no longer available to you.
Well, yeah, that, right? And like you said, it could happen. I mean, this could be a long-term effect. He may be okay now, but then he'll have a fundamental suplex in the ring or a body slam in the ring, and something's going to go wrong. And then, goodbye. 18 months out.
It's the normal wear and tear.
Yeah.
That's how Tyson Kidd's career ended.
Yep.
It wasn't that the Muscle Buster ended his career. It was the Muscle Buster was just sort of the tip of the iceberg there, but it was just a career of bumping around on his neck, and it was one bad bump, and he almost died. It wasn't even that his career was over. Like he should be dead right now.
Yeah.
He had like a 5% chance of surviving.
That's ridiculous.
Because there's the normal everyday wear and tear. Even guys from the old school who would never do shit like this. Look at Hogan, all the back surgeries and the neck surgery. I mean, he died. Let's be honest. I mean, he died from a neck surgery that he went in for in May.
Mm-hmm.
Surgery after surgery after surgery, and I would hardly say Hogan is an example I would hold up as somebody who is doing a lot of unnecessarily dangerous shit in the ring. The human body is not meant to fall down and get up and fall down and get up and fall down and to be slammed from the top rope and to do dives and to be backdropped. And that's not what the body is meant for, right? So there's always going to be just a very basic level of damage that builds up over a period of 10, 15, 20 years. And then one day, that's it. It could be the simplest of things. So I don't know why you would want to try to just, why wouldn't you want to try to just minimize that by taking the dumbest thing you could think of doing? It might sound cool, but taking that and saying, you know what, we're not going to do that. We're going to skip that one.
Yeah.
We'll do all this other stuff, but we're going to skip that one.
Yeah, well, hopefully William Regal's words resonate and changes are made. That's all I can say. If not, we will obviously see if and when that does happen. Chime in, Jason, when you want to talk about something here before we get into our best of the best of 2025.
We'll kind of run through the rest of this here.
Yeah. Thoughts on Okada losing the Continental title to Jon Moxley, but still being the international champion, and now AEW having 4 mid-card championships on their television. So any thoughts on that?
I think it's dumb. I think it's dumb that we have now an international title. We have the Continental title. We have the national title.
Which is the international title.
Which is defended internationally, yes. Here's the other thing also, and I stand by this. I think it's incredibly stupid that the Continental title is defended outside of this tournament. And I don't know why they insist on doing this. Like, they've already announced a Continental title eliminator match for Dynamite tomorrow between Jon Moxley and Josh Alexander. And I've talked about these eliminator matches before and how dumb they are, where you have to beat the champion to then get a shot at the champion. So that's what they're doing tomorrow. And I just don't see the point in having this Continental title as a regular championship that is to be defended year round, like your other mid-card titles. I thought it was dumb when it was first introduced that way. And I think I still think it's dumb. Check
your StreamYard. Just so that we don't go off the air. Yeah, I didn't know that match is booked for tomorrow. I think that's fucking stupid. I find it even equally ridiculous that Okada enters the tournament as the champion, and the whole premise of him being in the tournament is to put everything that he has on the line, and if he wins, he retains. If he loses, he doesn't. He loses everything. He lost this tournament and still ends up being a champion at the end of the tournament when he should have lost everything. I just find the premise of that to be utterly ridiculous. But apparently the unified title is now retired. Okada's still the international champion, and Jon Moxley's now the Continental champion. So everything they did with Omega and Okada at All In basically was for nothing. Basically just to give Okada more shiny gold because he's the best tournament wrestler of all time. So that was that. We got FTR and the Bang Bang Gang. Any thoughts on that? I didn't care.
Yeah, no, I mean, I couldn't bring myself to really care too much about this match. I wasn't really enamored with what they were doing, or following every single thing they were doing on Collision and building up to this match. They were put in a very bad spot coming right after the Moxley and Fletcher match. You could kind of tell that the crowd didn't really sound like they were too invested in this.
Nah.
So they tried to tell a story, the blood and the plunder and everything, and then the injury to Juice's leg, and it was like, all right, whatever. Like, we're just waiting for Copeland and Christian to come back because we know they ain't dropping those belts until then, at least. So
it makes me miss the days of Brodito, bro. What happened to Brodito?
Yeah, I didn't feel too much when it came to this match.
No. Women's tag team titles: Babes of Wrath against Athena and Mercedes. Mercedes' downfall continues here. She took the pinfall loss here. Whereas Athena took the fall in the tournament match that they had. So this was a rematch from the tournament. Mercedes is now diving into anger, and I think she broke a mirror on Saturday, so it's more 7 years bad luck. So she is on a losing streak, Jason, and a lot of people are saying, well, Willow's going to win the TBS title on Wednesday because that match is made for tomorrow's Dynamite, Willow and Mercedes for the TBS title. Like you said, and I agree 100%, I think Mercedes, if she's going to lose that TBS title, should be the last title she loses.
Yeah, I don't really see the point in her losing it now, and then she still has these other championships.
Yeah.
Lose those first, and let this be the last one that goes.
In the it should not have happened on this show bin, Darby Allin versus Gabe Kidd. Gabe Kidd, tough to invest in Gabe Kidd when he shows up twice in a year on television just because Tony Khan wants him there. Darby being injured also didn't help. He was supposed to be in the tournament, got replaced by Jack Perry. I'm assuming he would have gotten his win back over Pac in the tournament, or maybe even been in the finals with Jon Moxley. Who knows? But Darby beats Gabe Kidd here. It was a bloodbath. And this match should have just taken place on tomorrow's Dynamite, quite honestly.
Yeah, I mean, again, it just didn't feel like a match that was needed on this show. They probably just, Tony wanted Darby on the show. Gabe Kidd is good, and it's not like they haven't had heat with each other for months now, but it just felt very cold because it was stretched out over such a long period of time, and Gabe Kidd makes very sporadic appearances on TV. So they're out there and they're bleeding like literal puddles of blood on the floor. And I'm like...
Why?
This match doesn't even need to be on this show.
It's going to be forgotten by the time the next match starts. Give me a break.
It was something for Darby to do.
We had a Mixed Nuts Mayhem match. I love a good Planters peanut, but this is not the type of nuts I want. Mixed Nuts Mayhem here. This was basically, Jason, Anarchy in the Arena, disguised as a regular Tornado 8-person tag team match. We got the conglomeration with Tony Storm beating the Death Riders here when Briscoe pinned Yuta. So this was basically to get everybody on the show. I threw this out there. I'm curious to see what you say. Mercedes is going to lose all those championships. And I'm assuming that she'll win the big one eventually because that's the whole premise of the story. We have AEW Grand Slam Australia coming up in February again. I don't know where they're going to be. I think they're going to be in Sydney. And I would assume, if I'm a betting man, that Tony Storm is probably going to get a rematch against Chris Statlander, maybe win the Women's Championship again. Do you see Tony Storm winning the championship again? Mercedes dropping all of her gold, and when the time is right, Mercedes getting that win back over Tony Storm by taking the Women's Championship, maybe in an all-in.
Probably, because it's still the biggest women's match they could do. I mean, Tony Storm is still, really, if you look at that division, she's still the biggest star of that division. And Mercedes now lost to her. So to get that win back, she would be getting it back over the biggest women's star in the division, other than herself. It would be Tony Storm. Who else would it be if not her? Jamie Hayter? Only if Jamie eventually beats Stat for the belt, then you could do Jamie and Mercedes. Have they done Jamie and Mercedes yet? I don't think they have.
Yeah, Double or Nothing.
Oh, that's right. That's right, they did. So they blew through that.
Yeah, the UK representation in Jamie Hayter and Mercedes, I like that, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you could do that, but again, coming out of the women's match, you got Tekla, you got Megan Bayne. Those are possibilities to challenge Statlander next. Maybe one of them takes the championship from her, but then it's on a heel. So I don't know if the idea is that eventually when Mercedes wins the big one, she's a babyface and not a heel. If they really want to kind of wait this out, that changes things because then it changes who the opponent might be.
Yeah.
If she's a heel, then I still say Tony Storm is the biggest name to put her in the ring with.
So yeah, that's what I was thinking there. So we got Mixed Nuts, we got Statlander beating Jamie Hayter, we got the finals with Moxley and Okada. We talked about that, and then we got the Fatal 4-Way: Samoa Joe, Hangman, Swerve, and MJF. MJF walks out as the new 2-time AEW World Champion. This is the right move. We talked about this before. He cashed in that contract. It would have been silly for him to cash in and then lose, especially after making a promise to Paige. I want to prove to everybody that I could beat you guys straight up without the shenanigans, and
I'm
that's
not
exactly
a coward.
It's exactly what he did. More importantly, Jason, I feel like with MJF being the champion, he's always going to be like that in between. He's a heel, but the fans, they cheer him. I feel like with him being the villain on the show, it sets up for a more healthy AEW men's world title picture with Swerve and Hangman, obviously. And then Ospreay. I mean, if Ospreay can get back, which I'm keeping my fingers crossed, I'm hoping for an Ospreay MJF match at All In. If MJF and Ospreay doesn't happen, I could absolutely see them going with Darby and MJF and just kind of building a program with that taking place. But it's a lot more healthy with him at the top for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of baby faces for him to work with. The first one is obviously Bandito. They're going to have their match in a couple of weeks, and MJF will win. So you got Hangman out there. You got Swerve. We still have not gotten a singles match between MJF and Swerve. So maybe that's like a dynasty match or something, or maybe even Revolution. And then there's also, and you mentioned Darby and Ospreay, but then there's also Kenny Omega. Now, we saw Kenny Omega on TV this week. The Bucks claimed they were not medically cleared and said that we're not going to see them for a bit. And Omega said, that's good because there's something I've been meaning to do or something I've been meaning to take care of. And it's like, okay, what does he mean by that? And my first thought was, we know Andrade is now free to sign with AEW, so maybe he's going to bring up Andrade now that it's, I guess, legally okay for him to do so, and they'll bring Andrade in and we'll get the match between them. But what if what he was referring to was, you know what, it's long since time I get myself back in the world title picture and work my way back up into contention for that world championship. And then you could build Kenny up for a match with MJF on a big pay-per-view, like a Double or Nothing or something in the next few months. So maybe Kenny is on his way back into the world title picture. That's another big name for MJF to work with. So he's got at least like 5 or 6, different people all lined up really between now and probably the summer.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he does as the world champion. Now, this is something that I hoped happened, and he delivered. So 2-time world champion. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, with him being back, we tell some solid stories at the top, because I feel like with Paige coming out of All In and the fact that it looked like and felt like they didn't really have much of a plan, because we both documented that it should have been Darby, but he opted to climb a mountain instead. They went with Paige, and they didn't really follow up in a very good way with him as the world champion. This whole Samoa Joe deal came about because he was the only legit guy at the time when the Continental Classic was about to take place, and they turned him heel, and they had to play off the heel turn by giving him the championship, and it was just a mess. So Joe ended up being a transitional champion. Paige had a failed title run, even though it was a great moment, and then it went right back to MJF, which was the right decision. So tomorrow he will be on the show from Omaha, Nebraska, which is already complaining about spending New Year's in Omaha. I don't blame him.
Poor guy.
So he is on the show, and we are going to get, like Jason said, Bandito versus MJF, which would be a tremendous match because Bandito's great. So that is the TNT news portion of the show. Now, Jason and I are going to discuss our 2025 Best of the Best of 2025 awards. And this is something that I came up with 2 weeks ago. So we have 14 different categories here in front of me, and I will start here with you guys. Number 1, match of the year. I'll give Jason the floor to give us what he thought was his favorite match of 2025.
Well, my match of the year is the triple threat match from WrestleMania 41. Io Sky, Rhea Ripley, and Bianca Belair.
Wow.
I think as far as especially triple threat matches go, but it was just the perfect match. Like everything that you would want it to be. Like it had the crowd invested in it. It was a fun match. It was all action, the pace, like everything about it was just like it could not have gone any better outside, of course, of Rhea landing on Bianca's hand, which we did not know during the match. We didn't know that until after. But I love that match. And to me, it's one of the greatest opening matches ever at WrestleMania. It was the match of WrestleMania at a WrestleMania where, by the way, that whole weekend, it had some competition in terms of triple threat matches.
It did.
Because you look at the main event of night 1, but also there was a pretty good triple threat on the NXT Stand and Deliver show. But this one, to me, just stands head and shoulders above the rest.
I can't argue that. That was a great match. Do you feel like because night 1 was so disappointing outside that main event, which I thought was tremendous, that was my favorite match personally of the entire weekend with Rollins, Punk, and Reigns. Do you feel like because night 1 was so disappointing that people were more excited to see night 2 be better, and it kind of added to the whole kind of feeling of that match after it was over?
No. I think that people would have been excited for that match no matter what, honestly. And it didn't even have a great build up to it. I was actually kind of annoyed at the way that, and I guess they did it on purpose, but like if you remember all those segments where Rhea and Bianca would be yelling at each other, and then Io is just in the background like, hey, I'm here, Thankfully she won, because that would have been bad if she would have lost after all that. But to me, like, especially in the year that Io had, like, it was hardly the only good match she had, but like it was just the perfect sort of example of what makes her great, because she was great in that match, And the fact that she got the win was just like the cherry on the sundae. So yeah, everybody in the match pulled their weight. I just thought it was just a tremendous piece of business.
My favorite match of the year was Javon Evans and Leon Slater at Bound for Glory. Now, though the ending was awful because of Dark State, and they started the match after the whole interference and whatnot. Or actually, the interference happened, and they had the restart there, which lasted fucking 30 seconds. I felt like just the sheer excitement of the match, the call from the commentators. I mean, to me, that show was a little kind of blah leading up to that. And the crowd I just love the way the crowd woke up for these two. The moves that they were doing, the way that they worked together, the chemistry that they had, the explosive offense from both. I mean, I looked at it and I'm like, that's one of my favorite matches of the year. I went back and watched it again. I'm like, yeah, this is my favorite match of the year. Outside the ending, though, I can't excuse the ending. Even with the ending, it's still my favorite match of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I did my own top 15 matches, and I had it as an honorable mention. Like, I just that ending. I'm sorry, like that ending completely ruined it for me. I know. It really did. It wasn't even the ending. It was the ending, the fake out ending, and then it's like they fucked you, and then they fucked you again. Like you were double fucked at the end of that match. So, yeah, it ruined it for me. Otherwise, it absolutely would have made my list.
Well, I mean, the ending didn't even make sense because they went after those two guys, and the reason why they went after those guys wasn't even expressed because they just lost the tag team titles to the Hardys. So if they wanted to go after anybody, they should have went after the Hardys. It's like they did something just to fuck with everybody, and that was it. It
pained me to not include that on my actual list, but I couldn't bring myself. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. But
don't worry, I did it for you.
Just to throw it out there, like my number 2 of the year was Hangman and Ospreay from Double or Nothing in the men's Owen Hart final, and it was close because that was a great match. And then behind that, I had Rhea and Io at Evolution.
I would probably go if I had an honorable number 2, I'd probably go Rhea, Io, Evolution, and if I had to do a number 3, Styles and Cena. And I mean, that doesn't take away anything from AEW because Ospreay've had a lot of great matches. Takeshi had a lot of great matches, but it's just like there's just so many of them. It's like, do they have any lasting impression? So, I mean, I went with the ones that had a huge lasting impression on me this year. So those are the two that they really kind of sat with me. Male Superstar of the Year. I'll give you the honors here first. Male Superstar of the Year.
My men's Superstar of the Year, I actually had Hangman Adam Page.
Okay.
Because I just think the character stuff that he was doing coming out of last year, where he really just went off the deep end because of Swerve, just lost his mind. And then he had to kind of find himself and come back down to earth. And once they made the decision to go with him as the one who was going to sort of, well, I thought, end the Death Riders. He didn't really end the Death Riders, but to rescue the championship and go into Texas. And it did end up making for a great moment. I think that Hangman would be the guy. When I try to narrow it down to just one person in either company or any company really, for the entire year, there's different people that I thought about, but like the one that I settled on in terms of his in-ring work, in terms of the story that they had for him and his like character arc, and even his promos. When I put it all together, Hangman is the one that I settled on.
I'm going to go with Konosuke Takeshita. I think he's the male superstar of the year. I think last year was a foundation year for him to just kind of get his name out there. This year, I think he just fucking burst through that ceiling. I feel like every match he has is legitimately, the guy doesn't have a bad match. And I think the match that sat with me all year, which I thought was probably the best in the tournament, I would actually take it over Hangman and Ospreay at Double or Nothing. The match with Ospreay in the Owen tournament this year on Dynamite 289 that was on April 16th. I think that match with Ospreay was the best match in the tournament. And that's not only the only match that he had this year. I mean, you could go back and look at his match with Bandito at Ring of Honor, which I went back and watched. He's just incredible. I think if you look at Takeshi's body of work and you look at the type of wrestler he is, I think he just gets everything. He checks off all those boxes. You talk about, like, you know, you look at a Randy Orton and you look at a Drew McIntyre and they got like the picture perfect physique for a pro wrestler. I think Konosuke Takeshita this year, not only with his body of work, but you look at him as a wrestler. I think you look at him and he's the perfect pro wrestler. I think the body of work just speaks for itself.
Well, also keep in mind, like he has a triple contract too. So he's doing it in AEW, he's doing it in New Japan, and he has a DDT contract. But like in New Japan, he won the G1 and he won the IWGP title on top of all the other matches he had in AEW. So yeah, that's a good choice. If we're talking strictly business, for being honest, the one who should probably win this award for this year is Mystico in CMLL.
You know, it's funny you said that. I mean, I don't watch that, so I wasn't going to choose someone like that. I was actually going to go with John Cena.
Yeah, no, I couldn't choose it because again, I'm not seeing the entire body of work, but I'm just saying, just if we're talking strictly like draw, selling tickets, you look at the year CMLL had, and without him, they don't do that. Like that's almost, I don't want to say it's all him, but it's like mostly him. So if that's what you were to base this award on, then he should probably win it. But, you know, obviously we take a lot of different things into account here.
Sure. Number 3, female superstar of the year.
Female superstar of the year. So I kind of went back and forth on this one, and you can't go wrong with either of these top two. I settled on Mercedes Moné.
Okay. And
the reason I did that, I was looking at like her match output as compared to Io, because Io was right there with her. And I kind of struggled with this. And Mercedes had more matches, not like an unbelievable higher number of matches, but she had more matches because obviously she worked a lot outside of AEW. But I look at the work that she put together, not just in AEW, but also outside the company. And I have firsthand seen the impact that has had on business for a lot of these other promotions. So if you want to talk about whether or not she's a draw in AEW, she's definitely a draw outside of AEW. And then if you look at the work in AEW, she's had a lot of great matches this year. Like you cannot argue with her in-ring output for the year. And I think what put her over the top for me over Io, that period after WrestleMania for Io was like a dead period.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of lost time there where she just wasn't really doing anything. And obviously she worked one match outside the company. She did have that match with Mayu Iwatani in Marigold, which was a very good match. Otherwise, it was all just WWE. So Mercedes had the benefit of being able to work a lot of different places. Forget the championships because it's a gimmick. But she worked a lot of different people and in a lot of different places and had a lot of great matches. And so there's a lot of variety there. But she was also involved in, some of the bigger women's matches of the year. I give her the edge over Io. I will not argue with somebody who goes with Io. But that would be my pick, would be Mercedes.
Now, I know a lot of people are probably going to look at me and think I'm not picking Mercedes because I have a gripe with Mercedes for whatever happened, for whatever reason. I'm not going with Mercedes for those reasons. I'm not. That's just ridiculous. I've constantly said for 10 years that Mercedes is the best female professional wrestler on the planet. And I stick by that. She's incredible. Whatever happened this year and my dislike for AEW, it has nothing to do with my choice in the matter here. I've always looked at Mercedes as a great professional wrestler and will always look at her as a great wrestler. I'm going with Io because I don't think Mercedes was a business driver for AEW in the way that everybody expected her to be a business driver for AEW. She's a great wrestler, but there's not one singular story that Mercedes Moné has told on AEW television outside of what we're just seeing now after 2 years. So it took us all that time to get a Mercedes story where it was just match after match after match and belt after belt after belt. And none of the matches that she had legitimately spoke to me like a Sasha Banks match. I could go back and reference Sasha Banks matches that fucking will live in the annals of my brain for years and years and years. There's not one single Mercedes Moné match with a single Mercedes Moné story that spoke to me this year as, hey man, I got to recognize this and I got to go back and watch it. I got to look at it as an influential match in Mercedes' career. I don't look at that in any which way for Mercedes. So I'm going with Io because the two matches that spoke to me this year were the match at WrestleMania that Jason chose for his match of the year with Rhea and Bianca. And that was probably one of the best triple threat matches in not only WrestleMania history, but company history. And then you look at the match with Rhea at Evolution, a show that everybody critically shit on because they used it as a vehicle for WWE to kind of encroach on AEW's turf all in weekend. And that ended up being, in my opinion, the best show of the fucking weekend. A show that nobody even wanted to see happen. A show that was felt by a lot of the fan base as forced. And then they go out there and prove every single person that said those things, including me, wrong. And Io and Rhea tore the house down in 30 minutes with a Naomi cash-in on that same night, which was the cherry on top because she deserves it. And I thought that was a great moment. If you look at the best women's match of the year, I think Io had two of them. And they spoke to me more so than anything Mercedes has done this year. So that's why I'm going with Io. I don't know if that's a good enough reason for you guys, but that's
I mean, you get no argument out of me again if you want to go with Io.
Yeah.
But you also can't say that, if Mercedes was not a draw for AEW or anything like that. I think you can't say that for Io either.
No.
And like if you look at promos, right? Io's not great on promos because English is not her first language. Nobody will say that her great game is her promo game. I also can't tell you that there were a lot of great Mercedes promos either on TV, so it's kind of a wash. So that's why for me it really came down to just looking at the different people that they worked with and the different matches that they had, and it was close, but I gave Mercedes the edge. And even look, there's somebody else in that conversation too who's up there with those two, and that's Toni Storm. So, she deserves to be mentioned also. I just couldn't have her at number one.
Same thing, in my opinion, with Becky Lynch. I think Becky Lynch is the best worker of her career. She's up there as well. Not enough to be number one, but I think with the work that she did with the IC title and the character change from babyface to heel, which I thought was forced initially when we first saw it, she's now kind of settled into a nice character on television where I think she's one of the more entertaining aspects of the entire company so far. So, no, Becky's also an honorable mention, but I'm going Io. Jason's going Mercedes. No problem there with Mercedes. She had a great year, but I'm just gonna go with Io with that. And the chat apparently loves Io as well. Everybody loves Io. Nobody has a bad thing to say about Io, which is great. Pay-per-view of the year. What was your pay-per-view of the year?
My pay-per-view of the year, I'm gonna go with AEW Double or Nothing in May.
Okay.
We had the finals of the Owen with Hangman and Ospreay, which again, if it weren't for that triple threat match, would have been my match of the year. We had Anarchy in the Arena, which I had a lot of fun with this year, and the music had a lot to do with that.
That was great.
That was great. That was the show I think where we had Mercedes and Hayter as well.
Yes,
was Double or Nothing, and then there was some other. I mean, there were a bunch of really good matches on the show. I think Okada worked with Speedball. I forgot some of the other ones, but I just remember, that pay-per-view, like coming out of it thinking, man, this was a fucking killer show. And then looking back at some of the key matches, just had a lot of fun with those. Probably more than any other single show this year. So that gets my top spot.
I am going with the Elimination Chamber, March 1st. I thought the Elimination Chamber from top to bottom, though it was only 4 matches, which is par for the course for WWE. That women's Elimination Chamber match was probably the best women's chamber match that the company's done. Liv had a breakout performance in that match. The opening angle with Jade and Naomi, which set the tone for what was to come with Naomi later in the year. I thought that was a great way to open the show. Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn in their non-sanctioned match. I thought that was tremendous. Then you got the men's chamber, which I thought was excellent as well. There was another match on the show. I think Tiffany Stratton and Trish teamed against Nia and Candice LeRae, I think it was. I mean, who gives a shit about that? That inconsequential. And then the heel turn from John Cena, and then Cody telling The Rock, fuck off, because The Rock wanted Cody's soul. That whole thing was just, it melted social media down and gave Jason and I our biggest audiences of the year. So I'm grateful for that. I think top to bottom, the Elimination Chamber was the most enjoyable PLE pay-per-view of the year, and I think it was WWE's best show of the year, honestly, from top to bottom.
Yeah, it was WWE's best show, and then Evolution was right behind that.
Yeah. Breakout star of the year.
Breakout star of the year for me was Kyle Fletcher.
You get no argument from me.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the year he had, and I think he started breaking out the year before, but this was the year where, like, okay, this could be a main event player for them.
Yeah.
And the matches he had with, I mean, almost everybody. My God, it started with that cage match with Ospreay at Revolution, and then right on through the year, and even recently the Continental Classic stuff. And, you know, he's great. Again, he takes a lot of risks in his matches, but this was absolutely the breakout year for him. And hopefully he can stay healthy, because he could be that guy where, and not just the guy, but like one of those young stars that were truly created in AEW. Because before this, he was a tag team guy. In AEW, he's been able to kind of blossom as an actual like single star who I think could draw the money and could really be something for them. We're going to look back on this year, I think, as the year where he really broke out.
I mean, you can call him Mr. Continental Classic, because, I mean, you look at the Continental Classic, and Kyle Fletcher's probably in a good 50% of the best matches that come out of that tournament over the last 3 years. I think the match with Ospreay, obviously at Revolution, kickstarted everything. His match with Adam Page in the tournament of the Owen, then they wrestled again at All Out, and everything in between. I mean, you mentioned he was a tag team guy. I never saw him anything more than a tag team guy. I thought he was a tag team guy. I think
it was the haircut.
Yeah, it was the haircut.
Shaving his head. I think shaving his head was the best thing he ever did.
Well, yeah, he said he wanted to differentiate himself from his old self, so that's why he did it. I always looked at Aussie Open as a very good tag team. I didn't see him as the guy to break out the way that he did, but he took that, he transformed himself into a character. He made his own unique look. He's got his own unique style. I mean, I don't really know who else could be in this slot but a Kyle Fletcher. I mean, you could probably look at a Bandito after the year he's had, after the year that he's coming back from. You could look at a Dominik Mysterio, because he transformed himself too. But nobody has put in the body work like Kyle Fletcher has.
No, that's why I had him at number 1. But I had Javon Evans at number 2.
That's a good one too.
List. Yeah, because Javon's been everywhere. I mean, like, he's on Raw, he's on SmackDown, he's in NXT, he's in TNA, he's in AAA. They got him working everywhere, and he's just a lot of fun to watch. He just doesn't have the body of work that Kyle Fletcher put together, but he's going to be a big one too. And there's others from NXT, Obafemi. You know, there's others that are in that conversation, but none more so to me than Fletcher.
Yeah, Ethan Page is also worth consideration too, because of the year that he had. He had a great year too. So, I mean, next year when we talk about this, Javon Evans may be the breakout star of the year, because he's going to be on the main roster, and hopefully he does great things over there too. Tag team of the year. That's a good one.
Yeah, it is a good one. I actually went back and forth between two teams, but I settled on Brodito. And this is a team that I never would have, like, if you would have taken the roster and kind of just laid them all out and you told me, like, okay, which two are going to go on to, like, become this great tag team, I just would not have put these two together. Maybe that's why they work so well. I don't know. But as far as like a makeshift team, they came out of nowhere and they just would go out there and they were just so much fun to watch. And they had these killer matches. They ended up winning the tag team titles and getting a little run with them for a few months. I'm glad they found something for Brody King to do, even though Buddy Matthews got hurt. I mean, he could just be sitting in the back, right? And if they didn't come up with something for him to do, they were kind of like a revelation that I wasn't expecting, and we got it, and it was great. And they were part of some of the best tag team matches all year, so I got to go with them.
You get no argument out of me. I think Brodito was fantastic. I think the whole turnaround with the tag team division started when they got together, and they really took what was a division that felt lifeless and soulless, directionless, which is amazing because AEW had the best tag team division when we first started the company. And then all of a sudden it got lost, and it stayed that way for a few years. And then Brodito comes around, and you instantly see the competition level rise in AEW. FTR, Bang Bang Gang. We had Hurt Syndicate. We had Speedball and Kevin Knight. We had all these different teams, and it's like the Outrunners. Like, where'd all these teams come from? It's like everybody almost came out of fucking hiding, and as soon as Brodito got together. So they legitimately were in the division, and they brought out the best of everybody. And now that FTR is the tag team champions, FTR is a great team, don't get me wrong, but sometimes people don't even realize FTR is the tag team champions. Like that, they've taken the titles, they've kind of hid them away on Collision, where Brodito was everywhere. So it was a makeshift team that came out of what, Jason? Because of a handshake Tony Khan seen Brodito and Bandito and Brody King do backstage?
Yeah, it's like a kind of like a gunslinging handshake or whatever. I guess that's what Bandito claims anyway, unless he was joking. But he's like, yeah, Tony Khan saw the handshake. He goes, you two would be well together as a tag team. And then boom, Brodito was born.
That's a genuine creative decision that was a right one. Brodito's great, but I'm going the Hardys. I think looking at the Hardys' body of work this year, and they've always been two guys that I've paid attention to. Seeing Jeff turn his life around after all of the nonsense that he had to go through to be with Matt, get right back on track. And, I mean, at one point they held 4 different championships. You put them at the top of TNA. They're the faces of that company, and they are at the forefront of why TNA is getting a deal with AMC, and they're showing no signs of slowing down. I got to go with the Hardys. I think it would be criminal to say anybody but the Hardys. I think they have had the biggest influence on their brand than anybody. So I'm going with the Hardys.
The reigning HOG tag team champions as well.
Yes, you can't go wrong there.
Been all over the place.
Promo of the year. This is who is the best promo over 12 months. Not a specific promo, but the best microphone work of the year.
Okay. See, I thought you were talking about specific promo.
No. Hey, you could give me specific promo. I got one. If you want to go that route.
Well, I mean, the one I was going to give you was actually the Hangman and Ospreay one on Dynamite.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was ahead of their Owen final back in May.
That was a good one. You know, I actually enjoyed the Ospreay Swerve and Hangman trifecta. I think after Hangman won the Owen, and then Swerve told Hangman that he wasn't going to help him at all. I think that one was better.
That one was good. I still would go with the other one. Actually, I wrote down what would be my 3, and then I'll give you a name.
All right.
So the Hangman Ospreay promo would be my number 1. My number 2, and it was close, was the Tony Storm or IMA sit down from before their Hollywood ending match.
That was good too. Yeah.
That was tremendous. And then the third one is Naomi. In her promo where she announced that she was pregnant and she gave up the women's world title.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great one.
That's a glimpse of what we're going to see when she gets back. Hopefully she keeps that.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. But in terms of an actual individual voice, you know, I don't really look at this year as like a strong year for any like one person. Like, oh, this person is easily the winner. Because I was torn between 2 names. I'm going to go with CM Punk. He's my pick. But I was going back and forth between CM Punk and Tony Storm. But I got to go with Punk. And it's not that there was any one specific promo, although there were, like, after WrestleMania when he came out and he was looking into the camera and he was ranting on Rock and Cena, or maybe it was after the Chamber. Yeah, it was after the Chamber. And that was the one where he called, Rock the bald fraud. Yeah. Like, that was great. And then even recently, like not last night, but like I think it might have been the week before, the promo he cut on Braun Breaker was actually really good. There have been a series of really strong promos where when he gets angry and he gets animated, like the old CM Punk kind of comes out. We don't get to see him every week, but he's still there. And I still think he's probably tops of anybody who's active right now in wrestling. Tony Storm is great. You saw it with the Mariah May stuff, but I'll go CM Punk.
Yeah, it's tough to go against CM Punk. I'd probably go with either Punk. I have written here John Cena. I think the promo of the year was John Cena's pipe bomb on CM Punk, where he kind of just took Punk's pipe bomb from Vegas and he kind of twisted it in his own way this year. I thought that was the best promo of the year.
Okay.
I don't know what you had thought about it when you watched it. I think you told me that a lot of people made it more than what it really was, and it was okay. It wasn't like great. Yeah,
I think it was okay. It was good, but it wasn't. People were like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not seeing it."
Yeah,
but I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Punk is not washed. Punk just needs the right opponent, and then we get the old Punk to come out like Braun Breaker. So I think Punk is still very much the best promo in the game. Feud of the year.
Ooh, feud of the year.
Yes.
So, I think I talked about this when I did my own awards, and I kind of shied away from this one because I just felt like it didn't really cover the entirety of this year, so it was a little unfair, but I'm going to go with it anyway. Because honestly, in a year where there weren't a lot of great feuds, like we didn't have that CM Punk Drew McIntyre feud this year.
No.
Like that was missing. But I got to go Tony Storm and Mariah May. Even though it started last year, we got the back end of it this year. And the stuff that we did get from them at the beginning of this year through, Revolution. I can't think of, honestly, another feud in either of like the two top companies that really topped it, or I think was just done as well as that one. To me, that's still number one, even though it started technically last year. I still have to go with that as my top feud of the year.
I think if we got that a little bit more extended and they added a little bit more as far as layers to the story there, and it kind of bled into maybe Double or Nothing, maybe I'd give it to those two. But I'm going to go Rollins and Punk. And the reason why I'm going Rollins and Punk is because it all started from the Rumble, and it started from the Elimination Chamber, where Rollins basically told CM Punk in so many words that he would do anything as long as he has a breath in his lungs to take CM Punk's opportunity at being a champion away from him. And from that moment on, we got, rinse and repeat. But I think the feud that carried over from the beginning of the year that led into SummerSlam, where we got the Vision formed and Punk was battling the Vision, and it leads to Seth Rollins faking that knee injury and him winning Money in the Bank, faking the knee injury, and then cashing in on Punk to take his championship away after he beat Gunther in a fucking 25-minute great main event. I don't know how I could go with anything but Rollins and Punk. I think what put it over the top for me was the fake cash in, or the cash in after the fake injury. I thought that was great. The whole him just coming out on stage and just kind of letting the crutches go, like he's standing there like kind of a version of Jesus Christ. Like, look at me, I'm healed. And him taking the belt away from Punk, I think that put it over the top for me. It wasn't the same as McIntyre and Punk, but they tried. But I think out of everything we've seen so far on both shows, I think Punk and Rollins take it. I don't know. Moments of the year.
I'm going to go with someone who I know you're very familiar with. Both of us are. Mike Santana. Okay. Mike Santana winning the TNA World Championship finally this year, and then presenting the title to his daughter and bowing to his daughter in the ring, because I know what that moment meant to him. I mean, you could kind of see it coming. I mean, we were calling so far in advance, like he's got to win that title. He's going to be the champion at some point. And then you thought it was going to happen. It didn't, and then it finally did, and it was this like big, blood on his face and everything in this big emotional moment. I'm going to go with that one.
That is, I can't argue with that. That was a great moment. I actually bought these shows specifically just for that, to see him win the World Championship. Mm-hmm. I can't sit here and go with anything else but John Cena's heel turn at the Elimination Chamber. For what we all now know, looking back at it, and how bad everything was planned out, and everything that happened with Travis Scott and The Rock and WrestleMania, talking about the specific moment, how you felt in that moment. Like, I had people that were over the house that legitimately didn't know I could react in a way that I reacted. I was legitimately floored to see that happen on March 1st. Just as a moment, what we felt, what we all felt together, what we and everybody else that was live that night talking about it felt. I mean, I can't sit here and go with anything else but John Cena and The Rock turning heel.
Ruined.
I know. Listen.
Ruined.
They fucked everything up. But as for a moment this year, I think nothing topped that at all. Most improved wrestler of the year.
Most improved is, I'm going to go with somebody who we just saw on TV last night, actually. Raquel Rodriguez.
That's funny you said that. I was actually going to pick her myself too, but I didn't.
Yeah, no, she's like a different person now. Really, ever since Kevin Nash made that critique about the way that she works her matches. And he made that comment about how she needs to work big. You're not working big, because she's one of the, she's towers over a lot of the other women in the division. So she's bigger and she's very powerful, and she didn't really wrestle like it. She sold a lot for people. That was really his main criticism. And now she works big. If you watch her matches, and she's really improved a lot to where I think she'll be the champion at some point in 2026. So I'm going to go with her for most improved.
I'm going to go Dominik Mysterio. I think Dominik Mysterio year over year is the most improved. Last year, I didn't really think much of Dom. I felt like he was more of an accent to the Judgment Day. This year, I think he is the Judgment Day. He's the Intercontinental Champion. He's the AAA Mega Champion. And this year, I feel more so he is closer to being not only the future of the WWE, at least one of the future pieces of the company, but he's on his way. Not there yet. It's going to be a little bit yet. But I think this year is a step towards him being an eventual world champion. But I do think he's the most improved coming out of last year. So I'm going Dominik Mysterio. Worst booking decision of the year, which I think this should be the easiest of all the categories here.
Yeah. I actually made a little short list. So I have more than one. But yes, the number one is the John Cena heel turn.
Okay.
And everything that followed. It was the worst booking decision of 2025. I assume you concur?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I would say the heel turn itself. In the moment, it was great. What followed was fucking terrible. I think the worst booking decision is sending Travis Scott out there in the main event to fucking conclude John Cena's number 17. That's the worst booking decision of the year.
No, I think we could look back on it now, though, and say that turning him heel at all was a terrible idea.
Yeah, for the reasons that he mentioned, right? He said we need more than 2 years to make sure that this transition happens.
Oh,
from
you need
going
five.
5 years. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
you need 5 years, JD.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you need 5 years. Well, 5 years to get over, and then another, and then I think yes, it was like a year and a half or 2 years to get a turnover.
Yeah.
But like yes, the moment may have been exciting, but looking back at it now, they never should have done it.
No.
He never should have been turned heel. People did not want to pay money to come see him for the very last time and boo that man. And so the need to turn him heel in the first place really ended up, I think, fucking up, a good chunk of this retirement tour. And then, of course, we saw what happened with the follow-up. And then one day they just flipped the switch and he was back to being a babyface. So, that's the easy number one. I had 3 more that I jotted down here.
Go ahead.
Having Brock Lesnar destroy John Cena
at
WrestlePalooza was stupid when they did it. And now that we look back and see the follow-up, of which there was none, it's even dumber now looking back at it.
That's a good one.
The Mike Santana losing the TNA World Championship. They went on a 30-day sabbatical. TNA was off for like a month. And they come back, and the very first night, he had one title defense. And then that night, he lost it. And why did he lose it? He lost it in large part because a bunch of mid-carders from NXT showed up and beat him up. So, as quickly as he won the championship, he immediately lost it. And then, if you remember the dumb, quote-unquote, shoot follow-up, the work shoot follow-up, Mike Santana is unreachable. Mike Santana hasn't showed up at the taping. What's going on with Mike Santana? But that really didn't go anywhere, but it was just dumb. The whole thing was dumb. And I'm sure he'll probably win the belt back, maybe that first AMC show, but taking it off of him when they did, in the way that they did, is one of the worst booking decisions of the year. And then the other thing I'll throw in here is the entire MJF Hurt Syndicate angle and how it was just dropped and went nowhere.
That started off so great, didn't it?
Well, maybe at the beginning, because you kind of see, okay, this could go a few different ways, and then it didn't, nothing happened. They dragged it out, remember, with the thumbs up, thumbs down, and then he was in, and then one day he wasn't. And that was it. That was it. There was nothing. There was no match. There was nothing. Stupid.
Well, maybe Bobby Lashley gets back and he's one of the guys that challenges MJF next year. Hopefully, I don't know, but I mean, all those are very solid picks. I can't disagree with any one of them. I went with Travis Scott coming out at the end of WrestleMania against John Cena and Cody Rhodes. But everything you said makes sense, and I do agree. The heel turn, incredible moment. No follow up made it easily one of the worst booking decisions, if not the worst booking decision of the year. Most wasted talent of the year.
Julia. It really, to me, it's only two people. One of two people, but I had to put Julia at number one.
Yeah, that's the same one I have.
I just don't understand it. I really don't. How is this the same person that was wrestling Stephanie earlier this year in that champion versus champion title for title match?
At the theater at Madison Square Garden, too. All those people there, fucking title for title.
Yes. I don't understand it.
I don't know.
But my number two was LA Knight.
Really?
Yeah. I know he was featured a lot. I mean, the whole summer he was in the main event of Raw almost every week. I get it. I got him at my number two.
I put number two. Honestly, this may be a surprise.
Dude, he lost most of those matches. He lost all but one of those matches.
I know. He was a loser for most of the year. I know.
Yes.
My number two is actually, it might be surprising to some, might be surprising to Jason. I'm going with Ricochet. I think Ricochet came in with a lot of excitement last year, All In. They ran right to that Will Ospreay match on the anniversary show last year, almost 6 weeks after he came in. I complained about why they're doing it. They should build it up. It's a special match. A lot of history there between those guys on the indies, and they just gave it away. He had a decent Continental Classic last year. He goes into this year. He has that great triple threat match with Speedball and Kenny Omega for the international title. And then after that, he legitimately just, if you can just envision the fucking, the downward spiral, that's Ricochet. He just went down, where they put him in a faction. They gave him a belt and basically created a belt to make him feel important. And he hasn't done anything since, I would say, Revolution. And he's just some of the biggest waste of talent I've seen all year. And I just feel like he's worth so much more and so great at what he does that I feel like the system of AEW is making him feel like everybody else. And he was supposed to be somebody that came in and really kind of set the tone for what that company should be. I just feel like he blended in there just like everybody else and can't stand out on his own. He did some good heel work, don't get me wrong. And he made himself feel different as opposed to what he did in WWE. But he never really went anywhere with it, and I don't think creative really helped him in any way at all. So I'm going Ricochet. But Julia is definitely number one. I mean, that's egregious.
It's a no-brainer.
Worst match of the year.
Worst match of the year. I am going to. I am very tempted to go with. I'm very tempted to go with a certain match, but I'm going to go with John Cena and Brock Lesnar at WrestlePalooza.
Okay. Just for the simple fact that it went nowhere and it didn't need to happen, and they brought him back because the big ESPN guy, and they want to.
Yeah, I mean everything about it, like that. Like this is what they brought him back for. This was their first big ESPN match. They do it, and it's just a glorified squash. Yeah. I know Cena got a little bit of offense in, but it was a glorified, fucking 6 or 7 minute squash that went nowhere and led to nothing. And again, Cena, I think, is the one who talks about this idea of, well, how do we build up Brock?
Like he's some fucking rookie from the NIL program.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry. Like, we have to build up Brock by having him beat up a 48-year-old guy who is retiring this year, who is on record as saying, I ain't got any more of these matches left in me. How does him squashing John Cena at this stage of Cena's career enhance Brock Lesnar? It's almost like an unfair fight.
Well, that's a good one. For the sake of not choosing the same thing as Jason, which is a very good choice, I'm going John Cena, Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania for the WWE Championship. One of the absolute most disappointing, fucking soul-crushing matches that you could watch. For an ending to a WrestleMania coming out of what they did last year, looking back at that and seeing Travis Scott come out, and that's the best that creative team had to offer us to close that show. I will never forgive them.
17, no less.
For number 17. I will never forgive them for that.
I forget the WrestleMania main event aspect of it. Like, this is how, just of all the scenarios that you could have envisioned and fantasy booked in your mind for all these years, when it finally happens one day, number 17, that's what they came up with.
Mox versus Cope with Christian Cage cashing in. Worst match of the year. That's a good one, too.
That's a good one, too.
I forgot about that one.
That honestly may be the worst AEW pay-per-view main event in the history of the company.
Yes, that was awful.
No exaggeration.
That was awful. And we'll end with this one. And this one may get some people to think I hate AEW. Promotion of the year.
So, look, this was not a great year creatively for WWE. It was a very frustrating year, more so for me even than AEW, when AEW would frustrate me. And AEW was hardly perfect. But when it comes to their bread and butter, with the roster they have, the wrestling is what carried it for me. And if you look at most of the other awards that we've talked about here, I didn't add them up. I don't know what the final tally is, but there's a lot of, like, I noticed a lot of them went to AEW, on my end. In terms of great matches, AEW has, WWE beat, although it's funny, when I did my top 15 and I added up the total, I think it was actually 6-6 between WWE and AEW. And then the other ones were like CMLL and New Japan. I'm going with AEW as the promotion of the year. And I don't say that with all this great enthusiasm in my voice, but I cannot in good conscience sit here and say the WWE was my, promotion of the year. This was not a great year for WWE.
No, creatively it was awful.
Yeah, business-wise, they did gangbusters largely because of the Cena retirement tour, right? That was like a windfall for them. So we're not just talking like business here, but it just in terms of like watching the shows week to week on a lot of weeks was a chore. There were a lot of very just frustrating, bizarre, creative decisions that were made with some of the biggest names in the company. And when I look at AEW, while there were things that I questioned and things that I did not like, there were stories that they did tell that, I thought, like going back to the beginning of the year, Tony Storm and Mariah May, right? When they finished off that story, that was great stuff. The Hangman stuff in terms of his character and where they took that character and the story they told with him, I thought was very good. The Takeshita Okada stuff that has been sort of, they've been doing this infighting now for a few months. To me, that's some of the most fun that I've had watching AEW television is when they would do those segments with them. And then in terms of the matches, like there were a ton of killer matches this year. So when I just take all of that together, I go with AEW as the promotion of the year for me over WWE in a year that I just did not think was all that strong, in that regard.
AEW had the best pro wrestling out of all the companies in North America this year. I'm not going to look away from that. WWE had a very bad year creatively. AEW had a in my opinion, very bad year creatively. I don't think they did anything to restore any sort of feeling. I don't get excitement watching the show because I'm more story first and long-term vision first over the pro wrestling. And I do think that the story really enhances the match. AEW feels like the matches enhance the story, and it's ass backwards over there. I can't in my right mind give AEW promotion of the year because I don't genuinely feel that Tony Khan listened to the audience and gave the overall general wrestling fan what they wanted. He just basically gave everybody a version of what he thinks is a pro wrestling show.
Well, that's the key. He gave his audience what they wanted to see.
And that audience is dwindling year over year, and they've lost 50% of their audience and 50% of their demos since CM Punk was fired from the company. And they haven't really achieved the heights of their ratings glory days since the Jack Perry footage of CM Punk at Wembley. That was the highest rated show in 2 years. And they haven't come close to that. And it's only gotten lower. I can't in my right mind give AEW promotion of the year because of those reasons. The audience is dwindling. It feels like I'm watching a fucking echo chamber. There's just this lack of excitement every single week in front of 1,500 to 2,000 fans and these smaller venues that they can't even sell out. WWE last year was easy, runaway. I mean, they had Triple H's best year creatively, and a lot of that hindered on Cody's finishing his story with Roman. There was nothing in either company that I can honestly say is promotion of the year. And AEW may have an incredible roster of wrestlers and some great fucking matches 12 months out of the year, but that's not enough for me. I'm going with TNA. And I sporadically watch TNA from time to time this year, not as much as AEW and WWE, obviously. I don't cover the show, but to see the growth of the company and what that roster's done with the company to see the Hardys and Mike Santana and that women's division and everybody that put a lot of effort into getting them that deal with AMC, the biggest sellouts in their company's history. I feel like if you were to look at TNA, they did the most upswing as far as how they built their promotion year over year into what they're doing in 2026. I look at it as a baseball analogy. If you're looking at the Dodgers and you're looking at Ohtani, it's easy to give Ohtani the MVP of the year because he's the best fucking player in the entire league. But I think without Ohtani, there's a good chance that the Dodgers would still contend for a World Series. Now, if you look at the Braves, who had a fucking down year this year, and you look at the Braves going into next year, which has a great team on the field so far with the moves that they made, and you look at, an Ozzy Albies or an Acuna next year, I'm likely to give a losing team with a great player the MVP instead of the great player on the team that won 3 World Series back to back to back, because he's more important to his team. I think the Hardys are that to TNA, and I think Mike Santana is that to TNA, and I can't look at that any other way than TNA being the promotion of the year. Without those guys, they aren't where they are right now. Without that partnership with WWE, which also helped,
Yes. That's the key.
Yes, but it also made their television show better. It made their television show more interesting.
Okay, so I'm going to push back a little bit on this. These are supposed to be the awards, like our awards. You just admitted that you don't watch TNA week to week. So can you say that it really is your promotion of the year? How is it your promotion of the year if you don't watch the product week to week?
They did more positive business-wise than AEW did.
They did more positive. So now it's a business.
Yes.
It's a business metric now. By that standard, then WWE should win in a landslide.
But I'm looking at it.
Or CMLL. Because CMLL sold over 1 million tickets at Arena Mexico alone. They're putting, I don't know, somewhere between 14 and 16,000 people in that building weekly. They had a tremendous year business-wise. So if we're gonna focus more on the business aspect of things, then we should be looking at WWE, or we should be looking maybe at CMLL. Like, again, it all depends on like what your...
Well, all these things should be a criteria for why they're the promotion of the year.
Right, but they're weighted differently by different people. So for some people, they may weight the business metric more so than the matches and the creative. And then other people may say, no, this promotion had more banger matches this year, so therefore it's the best wrestling promotion. But it's just funny to me, like, as your promotion of the year, this might be the first time you're doing this, that you're picking a promotion that you admit you don't even really watch the television, but it's your promotion of the year. So that's what I'm hearing here.
That's what I'm going with, yeah.
Okay.
I can't in right mind give AEW promotion of the year. I just can't do it.
Okay. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just, because it's not really an enthusiastic pick either way, WWE or AEW, as far as like promotion of the year. Like you said, it's not a runaway. The way that maybe it was last year.
If I was going based off pro wrestling matches, I'm giving it to AEW. But I mean, I'm not gonna basically base it off pro wrestling matches. I'm basing it off of a whole criteria thing.
Basing it off of pro wrestling matches, stories, and business, all rolled into one. And what you had the most fun with this year.
I didn't have fun with WWE or AEW.
Okay, but you had fun with TNA.
Well, I mean, I just told you I don't watch the show week to week, so okay. I didn't have fun with the company. I'm looking at what they've done in partnership and in conjunction with WWE and what they did with that roster to take themselves from Access TV to AMC. Wow. I mean, that doesn't happen because No,
I'm just saying. I might have gone with TNA or CMLL myself, but I don't watch it week to week, so I just couldn't justify it. I couldn't pick either one of them. But there's an argument to be made in either case, because TNA had a year where, again, they largely, through the partnership with WWE, they were able to put more people in a building for a show than they ever have before. And they have this television deal that they just made. They haven't started yet, but they made the deal official, with AMC. So for them, it was very much like a comeback year, from like where they used to be. And then I mentioned the CMLL example as well. So there are arguments to be made for a few different promotions. If this category was what was the hottest promotion, like, and again, not just business wise necessarily, but in terms of like everything, like the hottest promotion, honestly, it probably would go to CMLL. Like I heard a lot of everything I heard this year.
But
Was
all the talk about their sellouts, isn't that a sellout in the same building how many times a year?
well, that's just one building.
Yeah.
They run other buildings. I'm just saying to do that in one building, to sell that many tickets in a year in one building, I don't think it's ever been done before. So that's why it was like a big thing. Now, they run that building 3 times a week, and they pack it in. I don't know if they pack it in on Tuesdays, but like Friday is like the big night down there. But it's just very different because like stories, it's not really about stories there, I guess. It's more like they're putting people in the building and they're putting on these cards with these great matches. And I guess they just have mastered the formula because obviously, you know, business is booming for them in that respect. And Mystico was a big part of that. So they had a huge year. I don't watch the show week to week. So I don't feel it the way that other people feel it when they watch it, but I had people even emailing me going, man, this is like the hottest promotion. I heard this all year about CMLL. So they at least deserve an honorable mention here. I just can't say that they're my promotion of the year because I don't watch the product week to week. I had one of their matches in my top 10 for the year, the MJF Mystico match, Mask versus title. I did see that match, and it was a tremendous match. You know, and again, a lot of heat and everything and blood, which they almost never have blood. So like I said, okay, I watched this match. I could rank it, but I can't comment on anything else if I don't see it.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, again, I didn't have fun with WWE or AEW, so
yeah, I don't blame you.
By default, I have nobody to go but TNA.
It was not the strongest year in the last 5 years for WWE. It was not the strong, and then maybe Tony would disagree, but it was not the strongest AEW year either.
No.
So that I think we can agree on.
Well, I want to thank you guys very much. We're going to try and breeze through these super chats and then get you guys out of here. Thank you for listening to us, and thank you for joining us here on this last stream of 2025. Hopefully, it is well worth your time, and we got some great stuff coming up in 26. Make sure you guys follow us on social media at JD from NY206. That's Solid Monster. You guys know where to find him on YouTube. Please go and subscribe over there. He will be live tomorrow night for a New Year's Eve celebration and some AEW Dynamite. Some.
We'll mix it in there.
Yeah. So go over there. I'm not going to be live tomorrow night, so you guys can go migrate over to Jason's channel and hang out with him if you guys got nothing planned for the New Year's celebration. Follow us there. Hit that thumbs up. We are close to 1,000 likes. Maybe we could get it. So please do that. Another 120 away, and you guys killed it with the super chats tonight. So thank you very much. I want to read through these because Sidro has asked both of us here to come up with a top Sidro joke for 2025, and I have 3 of them here, which we'll read first. My favorite one here is: did you know Superman goes to a Bitcoin meetup at 8 p.m. every Thursday? It's his crypto night. Yeah, that popped you then. It didn't pop you now. Yeah. My girlfriend said if I make one more lettuce pun, she's going to leave me. I asked her to remain calm. That one got her again, right? That's my favorite.
Yeah, I like that one.
And FYI, gonorrhea would have been a great name for a diarrhea medicine.
That's still my favorite one. I think I lost my shit when I heard that for the first time because it actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it, right? That would be the perfect name for it.
Yes, gonorrhea.
But then if you did that, nobody would buy it because why would you name your product gonorrhea?
There you go, Sidro. Olivia with a 2. Thank you, fellas. You are the best duo and on your own. Also, Olivia with a 5. Who had a worse year? Solo Sikoa, R-Truth, Rock, Cope, Jey Uso, Jacob Fatu, or The New Day? Also, if you could be manager for any wrestler ever, who would you choose and why? Who had the worst year?
I mean, probably of that group, maybe New Day. Just because there was so much potential left on the table there.
Yeah, I'd probably say New Day too. If you could be a manager of any wrestler, who would you choose?
Man, I think it would probably be fun to be a manager for like Macho Man.
I don't know, I have to think about
like
that.
Like ever,
one.
all time?
Yeah, all time, yeah. Ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Mach.
I'll take a rain check on that one. That's way too difficult to even think about right now. Olivia, thank you.
Although Mach, I mean, it's not like he needs, help talking, but, he did have Sherry with it. It's not like he had managers in his career. I just think it would be wild to be around Macho Man in the late 80s when he and everybody else was all coked up doing those promos and stuff. And, yeah, it'd be a fun time.
Olivia also with a 2 here and another 5. Possible hot take. Eddie Kingston is awful. I'm sorry. I disagree. I think Eddie Kingston's great. I just think what they're doing with him is just very hot and cold and just not good right now. I think Eddie could be a great babyface over there, but they're just kind of misusing him. Also, she says, JD Solo, OTS family, I wish much health and happiness to you and your beloved ones. I'm also happy for the success of both your platforms. Bulgaria is TNT.
How about that? Look at that. We're going global, baby.
There you go, Olivia. Thank you so much.
Happy New Year, Olivia.
Michael Krause with a 2. Happy New Year's, JD Jason, OTS TNT. Let's go. Yeah. Thank you, as always, Michael. Jay Gordo, $10 super chat. And the award for the best YouTube show of 2025 goes to the Solid Monster and JD from NY, Tuesday Night Titans. Thank you guys for a banger year. Thank you, Gordo.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, Gordo.
Gordo also with another 10. Happy New Year, JD and Solid Monster. Thank you for giving us a great show. I can't wait what you bring us in 2026. I hope wrestling will be great again. God bless you all. We hope, brother. Starts with the Rumble.
We have the same New Year's resolution every year. Yes. That's what we hope for.
Actually, it starts on January 5th. We'll see what WWE does. But the Rumble, it all starts then, too. Baltimore Jackson, $4.99. Hello there, my brothers. Another week, another TNT, another banger episode. One thing I can say is this show is number 1 on my list to watch on the tube. TNT for life. I'd love to hear it, brother.
That's what I like hearing.
Timothy James with 11 months. Proud member for almost a year. Best wishes in 26. You have the talent to be on SiriusXM, Pro Wrestling Nation, or Busted Open. Your hard work will pay off, guys. Love hearing that, Timothy.
Yeah, if they want to pay us.
If they want to pay us, I'll hit up LaGreca in the new year. Walker Stubbs with a $4.99. How many Roman Reigns returns do you think we're going to get next year?
Over, under, I would say 4.
I was going to say 5. Okay, close enough.
Okay.
Baltimore Jackson with $4.99. Not trying to be negative, but I don't trust WWE booking the rising talent. I'm anticipating bad booking creative. History will repeat itself tremendously. Well, I'll tell you what, Boss Mo Jackson. They haven't given us any reason to change our minds. When something good happens and there's a nice consistency to the shows, then maybe we'll change our mind. Robbie, $1.99. Tap out of the year goes to John Cena. Not to Jason.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that's a positive award. It was certainly the tap out that got the most attention this year.
Yes. Sidro with a 10. Did you hear the U.S. no longer...
Oh, actually, you know what? What? Maybe not. Maybe not. Because some people would argue the Gunther tap out to Jey Uso.
Yeah.
I know that caused a big outrage when it happened.
It did. That was pretty bad. Sidro with a $10 super chat. Did you hear the U.S. no longer is making the penny? The government really doesn't make sense anymore. And a piece of pie in Jamaica is $5 and $7 in Bahamas. These are the pie rates of the Caribbean.
Oh, God. Awful.
Hashtag Happy New Year's. Dave Scheffler with a 5. Happy New Year's, JD and Jason. Been watching since just a little before Jason started, and think you both have a great chemistry and make watching fun. Thank you, Dave.
Why we've lasted this many episodes.
There you go. Sidro with a 5 for Solo. What did the firefighter say when the brothel was on fire? Grab the hose.
Oh, see, no. I thought the punchline was "ho no."
Oh man,
I think mine's better.
If the devil ever starts losing his hair, there will be hell to pay.
I've heard that one before.
Michelle with a 2. Do you think Moxley pushed to win the Classic? I don't know. Maybe.
No, I think that. I think Tony even said like he mapped this whole thing out like a few months ago. Now it's possible, like JD said, that maybe he envisioned a Moxley Darby final.
Yeah.
Because Darby was supposed to be in it. He was in it, but he got bounced out. So that changed plans a little bit. But apparently he wrote it all down and he had a vision in his head for where he wanted the tournament to go.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall when he comes up with these tournaments and how many points everybody's going to get. I mean, it's pretty unique what he does, you know?
He runs an analytics company. Also, among all the things he does, I know he runs an analytics company. So, I mean, he's good with numbers. So, you know, maybe he had rankings at one point, right? Remember that?
I do.
Now he's got twice.
I do, yeah. Josh, $9.99. Happy New Year's to both of you. Just remember, no matter how shitty your takes are, you boys have been in business and had longer success than all of Matt Kuhn's smelly podcasts combined. Amazing. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that, bro. Caden with a $1.99. Thank you, Caden. No message. Lauren with a 2. Heel turn of the year, John Cena. Yes, I would have to agree, but what followed was awful. Thank you once again to M. Mills for the bomb earlier in the chat. Bad Shrips with a 5. Thanks, JD and Solo, for the best show. I look forward to these every week. Hopefully 26 is better for wrestling. Yeah, I mean, everybody feels the same way, man. Everybody wants better wrestling in 2026. Hopefully that's the case. Angel Alaga with 44 months. Couldn't agree more, JD. Losing Jericho will hurt AEW behind the scenes. Also, WWE will use him very well like Punk and Cody to rub it in to AEW. You know, listen. Nobody knows how impactful Jericho is behind the scenes. We don't really have any information on that, but I just look at the whole kind of aesthetics, like losing Jericho, Punk, and Cody. It's like it's going to add up eventually.
Dude, you know? He hasn't been behind the scenes in 9 months.
I know.
It's not like a sudden thing if he leaves. He's basically been gone for most of the year. So I don't think the backstage is going to be impacted too much. Tony
Brown with the 499. JD, Jason, have a safe new year. Young men, I say this because both of you could be my sons. Yes, I'm that old. Well, thank you for being here, Tony, and Happy New Year.
Here's to many more.
Yes. Boss Mo Jackson with a 499 and a 2. Where do pirates eat? Arby's. And since Sidro gets a best joke spot on the show, I should have gotten a Maurice worst joke segment. I'm jealous. LOL. I'll admit Sid is the GOAT. TNT for life. Sidro is the GOAT. He is. Well, thank you, Boss Mo Jackson. Thank you for all your support this year, brother. Michelle with a 2. Why is Bryan Danielson staying with the sinking ship? Well, when Tony Khan can't run the company anymore, Bryan Danielson is going to take it over because that's what Tony Khan wants. Sidro with a 2. Why was the Smurf sad? He had blue balls his whole life. I used to watch that show when I was little too, Smurfs.
So did I. Yeah. Papa Smurf.
Yeah. Craig with the 30 months. Happy New Year's to the dynamic duo of the IWC. What will you guys be drinking tomorrow night, bringing in the New Year's?
Well, I mean, for me, I'm going to go with my tried and true. I'm going to stick to my Jack and Coke.
There you go. Can't go wrong with that. I got to pace myself. I'll be mixing in some H2O during the evening.
And HTO, too.
HTO, yeah. I don't know, whiskey. I usually stick to one. It's either whiskey or beer. I'm not going to mix the both, so I'll make a decision, game time decision tomorrow. More than likely, it'll be my old fashions. A couple of them.
I don't know. Do you think I should open? I have a little bit of the bubbly.
Jericho's bubbly?
From the Jericho cruise 5 years ago.
You should open it up. Yeah.
6 years ago now. 6 years?
It should be fine. Why not?
Okay. Maybe. We'll see.
Well, you'll know when you taste it. If it's bad, just chuck it. I saved the bottle, actually. I got 2 of them bottles on the shelf downstairs.
Yeah, well, that's what I was doing. I was saving it. I don't know if I want to open it. We'll see.
Alex with a 5. Brother JD and Solo, hope you have an amazing new year. What is your favorite Jericho match from WWE and in AEW? Well, the WWE match was Shawn Michaels at SummerSlam.
Really?
Yeah. I thought that whole story was fantastic.
Was a match at SummerSlam?
I thought they had a match at SummerSlam, didn't they?
They did the angle at SummerSlam with Shawn's wife.
Oh, that's right. What pay-per-view did the match take place?
No Mercy.
That's right. Yeah, it was that.
The ladder match.
Yeah. And AEW, I don't know. It's a little bit tougher.
I mean, AEW, maybe it's like the first Anarchy in the Arena or something. Was he in the first one? He was in the first one.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm trying to think as far as like a singles match with him. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's something like Anarchy in the Arena. In WWE, man, he had a great ladder match with Benoit at the Royal Rumble. He had a great ladder match with Shawn. I still come back to that tag team match, though, with him and Benoit against Austin and Triple H. It's like the greatest match that will never get talked about.
Yeah.
On Raw, because for obvious reasons. But he had a lot of great matches during his run. It's hard to narrow it down to just one, but I keep coming back to that tag team match. It was just, man, that was a hot crowd that night.
I'm going to throw one out there just for the sake of it. I thought the Eddie Kingston-Chris Jericho match at Revolution 22 was a really great match. I remember that opening show. I thought that was a good match. In Orlando, they were there that year.
Oh, you know what? There is another one I would throw in there. From very early in his WWE run, him and Triple H, they had a last man standing match. That was one of the better last man standing matches that have ever taken place in WWE.
I don't remember that one. I thought you were going to say the Triple H match on Raw where Hebner made the fast count.
Yeah, I mean, as a match, the match itself was nothing special, but that moment was just like insane. But no, they had a match. It was in Fully Loaded 2000. I remember that because there were 3 new faces that were being put in big matches on that show. I remember that now. They had Undertaker against Kurt Angle. They had Triple H and Jericho last man standing. And the main event was Rock and Benoit for the title. So I remember those 3 matches. And I think that was the show where Rikishi and Val Venus had their cage match. Where Rikishi dumped. He, boy, that would be awful. Holy shit. What a terrible visual that would be. He jumped from the top.
Rikishi dumped.
From the top of the cage. Imagine the horror from the fans down below. Now, he jumped from the top of the cage onto Val Venus, and that's still one of the craziest spots I've ever seen. Because he had nothing to hold on to.
Yeah.
And he's standing up there, and he inched his way to the very center. And I was like, oh my God, if he just tips over one way or the other, it's going to be a disaster. And it wasn't even the finish of the match.
Going to be curious to see what Jericho provides us in ring in 26. It should be interesting to watch. But very good question, man. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Lord Maestro with a 999. Hey, fellas, is Jesse rage baiting people? He claimed the Hardys did not inspire any teams and Jeff didn't do much at age 32. He won multiple world championships and feuded with Punk. Also, Ospreay is better than Austin. I don't know. He may. Hardys didn't inspire any teams, bro. They're one of the most influential teams in wrestling history ever.
Yeah, ever.
Bossmo Jackson 199. Your favorite Jericho gimmick of his career? The one with Shawn Michaels. I thought that sophisticated Jericho was like fucking tops.
That one, and then my number 2 would be the conspiracy theory dictum from WCW.
Yeah, that was good too. Lisa, $10. JD Soul, I love tuning into TNT every Tuesday. I just wanted to thank both of you for another great year. Wishing you both and all the OTS family a very happy new year. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Ray Reezy with a 20. Dream matches you'd like to see in your order. Braun Breaker versus Prime Batista. Bronson Reed versus Prime Big Show. Prime Shawn Michaels versus Seth Rollins. Eddie Guerrero versus Penta. Prime Kurt Angle versus Gunther.
Okay. Angle and Gunther, number 1.
Okay.
Michaels and Rollins, number 2.
Okay.
The rest are like, eh. I mean, Eddie and Penta would be cool, but those 2 right there, those are my top 2.
Yeah. Angle, Gunther, Rollins, Michaels, Eddie Penta, Breaker, Batista, and then Reed, Big Show. My order. Thank you, brother. Sidro with a 5. True story. Started cardiac rehab program yesterday. They told me to put bicycle to 10 watts. Me says, 10 watt? She says, yes. I say, yes to what? 10 watts. Sidro. Okay. I thought you were going to give us a genuine story on your condition and just transitioned into a joke.
Or I thought the joke was going to be that he said what 10 times.
RDH with a 5. Solo, get the chainsaws.
Oh, wait, hold on. Won't be able to use this anymore if the learning tree is no more.
It'll be a different version. It'll be leading the vision. Clone Force with a 20. MJF is a free agent in 27. He will go to WWE. AEW Sickos will hate MJF. JD, you should do a Jubilee sit-down versus AEW Sickos, and you would cook them. OTS. I don't know what's a Jubilee sit-down. I think MJF's going to, after this current AEW run, he's off to Stanford. That's my prediction. Some people said he may stay in the company forever, Jason. You see MJF staying at AEW for life?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like he will be very, feel loyalty to Tony Khan for giving him his big break, and I'm sure he's making good money. But at some point, I don't put it this way. In history, there were very few people that you could think of, any real stars, who did not eventually go to WWE. And Sting was one of those people, and even Sting went to WWE.
There you go.
So MJF will be in WWE. I can't say it's going to be in 2 years, but he's still young enough. Like, there's still time. Even if he were to sign one more contract,
yeah,
he'll eventually be in WWE.
Sidro with a 2. Hear about the circus fire. Yeah, it was intense. Ryleek with a 4.99. Finn wants championship gold, and the result will be the WWE Speed title.
Yes, that's right.
Bossmo Jax with the 4.99. My top 3 TNT moments: the Goldberg moment, Beer Bella gimmick, and Solo breaking out the Gizmo doll at the end of an episode. There you go. Yeah, those were great moments.
But we're going to talk about the world's smallest violin.
That was a good one, too. Bad Trips with a 2. Only gold finish touching is a WWE shop replica. You might not be wrong there. Mr. Black Magic with a 9.99. JD Sol, I'm entering 26 with one huge goal in mind, and that is to finally step in and train to become a professional wrestler as I start training in March. Much love to everything you guys have done. Brother, I wish you, Jason wishes you nothing but the best, man. That's a hefty task and quite the passion you got there, man. We wish you nothing but the best there.
Yeah, it's not an easy endeavor, but if you are passionate about it, then you take it as far as you can.
Bive with a 10. When I took my boys to World's End, they asked if they should make a poster. I told them to make an MJF one because he will win. They asked how I knew that. That was thanks to you guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, brother. We try. Hopefully you and the boys had a good time. Indigo with 60 months. AJD Jason just showing some love. You're the hardest working duo I know. Happy New Year, bros. I want to be a mod in 26 for both of your channels. Well, let me make that happen right now. Add as moderator.
I have a lot of love for Indigo. Indigo is good people.
There you go,
Remember,
brother.
We met him many years ago.
We did something at a bar somewhere, and I think it was
Draper was there.
Draper was there. Yep. I got BC came
Julian
in.
Cannon.
Yep. It was a good time. Thank you, Indigo, brother. Thank you for 60 months, and thank you for all the support, bro. Richie V with a 4.99. Have y'all seen Yoda Tsuji's interview with New Japan saying he wants New Japan to cut ties with AEW, questioning what AEW has done for them? Yeah, I read it. I think he was partially in character. I don't think it was to be taken seriously.
Yeah, it was mostly kayfabe.
Yeah. Bossmo Jackson 199. Usos as champion seem forced and not genuine. They wanted to close the final Raw of the year out on a high note, so that's why they did it. Mike with a new membership. Thank you so much, man. Joker Face 199. You guys' favorite finishers of 25, WWE and AEW?
Favorite finishers or finishes?
Finishers.
Oh, finishers.
Yeah. AEW is PAC's Black Arrow. It's fucking incredible every time he does it. WWE is a little bit difficult. I would say Bronson Reed, Tsunami.
Yeah, I'd probably do that too. And they protect it pretty well too.
Yeah.
For AEW, in terms of finishers, I may go with the Buckshot.
That's a good one. Ankle break. I was gonna say who was I gonna say? I was gonna say I do like the house call kick. I think every time he does
It's
it,
not a finish, though.
I know. He does it as maybe sometimes a finish, but I like that better than the swerve stomp, actually.
Look, I would have said Blue Thunderbomb if Sami Zayn would have kept up with that as his finish.
Yes.
He went through this period, it might have been during the Open Challenge, where he started doing the haluva kick as like the setup into the Blue Thunderbomb, and I was hoping he would keep that, and I don't think he did, so it's too bad.
Ankle Break AJ with a $5 super chat. Should Jericho come back with Break the Walls or Judas? I say Break the Walls and use Judas for special events like Mania. Thoughts? Absolutely Judas.
I think he comes back with Break the Walls, and I hope that he settles into Judas. But I think for that return, they'll probably want his WWE music.
Yeah, I could see that. That's a great theme, too, so I don't care either way. Better Network with a 10. I don't think anyone has had a worse 25 than Pete Dunne. He got his name back, got injured, then lost his name again. If this is not a category, who had worse 2025? I mean, that's a good one. I don't even think I even thought of him for that. Him and Tyler Bate? I don't know. That's a good choice there.
I mean, I would say Zoe Stark had a pretty crummy year.
Yes. Hopefully she'll be back by the Rumble.
I still shiver just thinking about the way her leg
Awful.
bent.
That shriek. Oh my God. Ash, Art of Oswa with a 2. Happy New Year, guys. The way JD says Ash pops me. Ash.
Oh, sorry,
Ash by Elegance.
Forgot the Soul Snatcher.
Yeah.
It's a good one, too.
That's a good one. Lewis with a 5. Conspiracy theory. Punk was supposed to win the Rumble in 24, but Triple H had Cody to win to screw over Rock. They knew they had the Rock for Mania. Nah. No, I think Cody was scheduled to win the Rumble. I don't think Punk was a conspiracy. Base Beers with a 2 and a 2. Honest question, do you think AEW stars are overpaid? And he says, can't tell young stallions not to run. Conan. Do I think they're overpaid?
I don't know what they make, so I mean, I'm not sure why we're even getting that question. Look, you make that money.
That's it.
You get whatever they're willing to pay you. If they're willing to pay you a lot of money, then you get that money. It's like, when WWE was trying to keep people from going to AEW and Vince was giving the Revival supposedly like high 6 figures, it's like, relative to what their role on the show was, should he have been paying them high 6 figures? Probably not. Or Anderson and Gallows? Probably not. But I wouldn't say no to that. Get that money.
Eric M with a 20. Shout out to the dynamic duo. Happy and healthy New Year, fellas. Open 26 brings you both blessings. Having said that, if you can choose 5 talents that leave AEW for WWE in the next 3 years, who? And can AEW survive the losses?
It depends who it is. I mean, if MJF leaves, that would be a huge loss for them.
Mercedes, the Bucks. I mentioned this last night. I could see the Bucks going to WWE to finish their career. I could see it.
They're not getting any younger.
No. I don't know how much Kenny Omega values a WrestleMania moment, but the only time he said that is because he wanted to wrestle Styles, who's retiring next year, supposedly. So that might not ever happen. So, where am I? We got one from Andrew Cool 199. Rank the decade of WWE good to bad. 2005, 2015, 2025. I'm going to go...
Rank the year or the decade?
Yeah, he said rank the decade. From good to bad. 2005, 2015, 2025.
I'm confused. Like 2005 to 2015,
and then 2015 into 2025.
Okay, it sounded like you were giving me 3 different options.
Well, that's the way that's the way it reads.
Well, that's confusing. That's very confusing. I wasn't sure what he was referring to.
I'm going to go from 2005 to 2015 as good, and 2015 to 25 is bad. How about that?
Sure. I'll co-sign that.
Evil Good Dark with a 199. What are y'all favorite animes to watch? JD and Solo. None of them.
When I watch one, I'll let you know.
Base Beers with it too. Did you guys see the?
Well. There is supposedly. Is this an anime? There's a show on Netflix called Arcane that supposedly is really good. It's a cartoon. I don't know if it's an anime though.
I wish I knew what you were talking about. I don't know.
It's called Arcane.
I'm sure the chat will let us know. I'm sure there's a couple of anime freaks in the chat. Base Beers with it too. Did you guys see the White Castle AEW commercial? I did not. And I refuse to eat White Castle ever again. I haven't had White Castle in 20 years.
Why?
Do you know what they do to you?
What they do to you?
Yes.
I mean, the last time I had White Castle, I thought it was delicious. I don't really eat that kind of food. Like, I don't go to McDonald's or anything like that anymore. But like, I don't know. Last time I had White Castle may have been 20 years ago, but I don't remember having a bad experience.
Doesn't make your stomach feel good. That's all I'll say. Dallas Dizzle, the $4.99. Do you know how to make one disappear? Add a G in front of it, and it's gone.
Very good.
That's a good one. Duffs with a $4.99. What did the lettuce say to the celery? Stop stalking me. Duffs with a 5. What is the greatest invention in all of human history? The shovel. It was groundbreaking. Sidro. $5 super chat. I usually don't like dolphins, but I had a great conversation with one the other day. We just clicked. P.S. Sent you a clip on X of solo breaking. Thank you, Sidro.
Well, he's always quick with those.
I know. He clips them via YouTube. Dulce Viz with the $4.99. I'm learning about electricity. It's shocking how much I didn't know. Lorgasmic with a 20. Had a weird dream of a Punk Theory feud in which Punk said he would kick the BBL out of Theory's ass. The match starts, and for some reason, Theory gave Punk a stink face. Says, real ass, go cry me a river. Woke me up laughing.
Those are some weird dreams that you're having.
Yeah.
I don't dream about that kind of thing when I have dreams. I mean, do you?
Of Theory's BBL? No.
BBL? Yeah,
Right.
no, I'm not dreaming about that. So
No. Dubs does the $4.99. How does the baby know it's ready to be born? When it runs out of the womb. Duffs with a 5. Wife told me to stop making references to Bruce Willis movies. I said, sorry, babe. Old habits die hard. Fast Eddie with a $4.99. JD Solo, best wrestling YouTube channel of 2025. Let's go. Serious is the goal of 26. I hope, brother. We'll see what happens. Base Beers with a 5. Travis Scott having an entrance in the main event of Mania. Absolutely the worst booking decision of the year. Also, Fiend. Yes. Can't forget the Fiend. Fox Boom with a 20. Stream started late, but wanted to say TNT was awesome this year. I love both your channels. Jason, you are an amazing co-host. Happy early New Year to both of you. Wish you all the best. Can I get one more? Oh, you got me, brother.
Oh, you got me, brother.
There you go. Hollywood guy with a 5. Guys, who do you think was the better rivalry? Sting versus Flair, Savage versus Jake Roberts, or The Undertaker versus Mankind? Ooh.
Savage and Jake. I mean, it just the only problem is it wasn't long enough. But man, that's my favorite.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. I probably go Savage, Jake. I'd probably go Undertaker, Mankind, and then Sting, Flair.
Yeah.
Baltimore Jackson, $4.99. WWE had their picks. I believe they sabotage talents on purpose. I'm convinced of this. They have an awesome roster and don't know how to book them. Jose Hitch with a 5 and a 5. Why do you never see elephants hiding in trees? It's because they're really good at it. Why do elephants paint their nuts red? So they can hide in apple trees. What's the loudest sound in the jungle? A monkey picking some apples. Were they supposed to be funny?
Yeah, I don't like any of those. Like,
Jose, what's going on, brother?
3 strikes and you're out.
Marcus with a 5 and a 2. JD, you lay it on the line. Right, wrong, good, bad, or even depressed. You and Solo are often better than the wrestling shows themselves. Respect. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much.
For. Yeah.
He also says, is Sidro in good health now? Sidro, why don't you let everybody know how you're doing, bro, if you're still in the chat? I think he's doing pretty well. Monsieur Hidan with a 2. R.I.P. and remembering Kevin Castle. Absolutely. Hopefully, Draper and the family had a great holiday season this year. Tone C with 34 months. My number one podcast of 2025 is TNT. Thank you, brother. Soma, 28 months. What do you call Obafemi wearing a dress? Femi Oba. Anyways, Happy New Year's to JD and Solomonster. Thank you, Soma.
Happy New Year.
RDH, too. Thank God for TNT.
Thank God.
Chris with the Near Fall podcast, $9.99. What's up, JD and Jason? Happy New Year to both of you. Great Titans. Question for the two of you. If The Undertaker had a retirement tour, how would you book it, and who would be his final opponent?
I really don't want to book an Undertaker retirement tour, for being honest. I would have made sure I would have gotten that Undertaker and Sting match done. I'll tell you that much.
Yes.
When there was a chance to do so. And I believe that there was a way to do it where both of their careers were on the line. Or like a double retirement match.
Yeah.
Or maybe even you knew going in.
Yep.
There was a way to do it.
Dark one with $4.99. Let's see if I can get Solo with a natty nide fart with all the gas, no brakes promo. LOL. Yes,
actually, you were the one I think who lost it. The natty night. We both did. But
we read the report that Vince wanted natty night fart. Yes.
Yes. This was a real idea that he wanted, by the way.
Yes, it was very much real. Nathan Rush too. Rikishi, I dumped for The Rock. MGM balling with a $4.99. Happy New Year's, gents. Solo, I have 2 episodes of The Sopranos left. I'm stressed.
You should be. I was stressed that whole final season. It was this overwhelming feeling of dread watching that. Really, is every season, but especially that last season. You still haven't watched it.
I have not watched it yet. No.
I know.
Jesse tells me all the time. I know.
You better do something to change that.
Batman 413 with a 20. I love the work. Keep it up, both of you guys, and God bless. Thank you, Batman.
Thank you.
Brendan Watson with a $4.99. There was 3 stages of Hell match at NXT TakeOver 36 with Cole and O'Reilly. What? Was there? The more we don't talk about O'Reilly having a singles run in NXT, the better. How about that? Justin Toner with the 3 months. Thanks for a great show tonight, guys. Here's to 26 being a better year for wrestling. Happy New Year. Thank you, Justin. Pablo Montoya with a $4.99. Lastly, what wrestler do y'all think on either major show is currently miscast? What superstar that is due for a face heel turn? Currently miscast?
I mean, there are people who think Cody is miscast and he needs to go heel.
I agree.
I don't think he's miscast, though. He still is the top babyface in this company. I think there's a heel run in him, maybe even next year. I wouldn't say he's miscast, though. So who is miscast right now? Maybe Jon Moxley and whatever his role is that he's kind of in between right now. I don't know.
That's a tough one, brother. We'll get back to you on that one. Boss Mo Jackson, $1.99. Thundercats or He-Man?
He-Man.
Go with Thundercats.
I watch both, but I got to go He-Man.
Abyss or Mankind, he says.
Mankind.
We got one from RDH. We need a Solo and JD in a chainsaw match versus Mankind and Terry Funk. Funk you. Yeah, I'm going to skip on that one. I'm not getting in the ring with a fucking Terry Funk in his prime. Forget about it. And we got one last one here. We got RDH. Happy New Year's. Or Happy New Beers, Solo and JD. Cheers. $2 super chat.
Thank you, RDH.
Thank you, brother. Listen, guys, we went longer than we wanted. It's because you guys, the super chats are always fucking unbelievable. You guys killed it. Hopefully you enjoyed our breakdown of the best of 2025 and all the discussion we had tonight. Thank you for a great year, guys. We genuinely appreciate it and I love each and every one of you. And TNT will be even better in 26. Jason, sign us off for our final episode of the year of 2025.
Final episode, closing out the year. There really is only one message to send. It's thank you to all of you for making TNT as big as it is. And I want to wish everybody out there a very happy and healthy new year. And come on back next year because we're going to blow it up even bigger in 26 than we did in 25.
There you go. I agree. Alex with a 5. Brother JD Soul, do you guys think Jericho will wrestle only on major PLE shows similar to Punk? Like schedule.
No, I think we'll see him on TV sometime.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty not frequent, but it's gonna be more than regular for sure. Thank you guys very much. We will see you back next week. We got that Monday Night Raw on January 5th. There'll be a lot to talk about there, and Friday Night SmackDown going back to 3 hours, so we got that as well. So we got a lot to talk about next week. So join us for episode 128 next week, right here, 8:30 Tuesday night on Tuesday Night Titans. We'll see you guys next week.